Warcraft Invasion of Marvel. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 351. Even Dormammu can't do it. Second update. Ancient One frowned. Kamatage's artifacts are not as many as you think. Although she does not need any artifacts, only the cosmic treasure Eye of Agamotto is enough. But as the supreme sorcerer, she knows much more about artifacts than most people. An artifact not only requires extremely precious materials, but also requires corresponding manufacturing technology. The material of Thor's hammer is Uru, a material unique to Asgard, and Uru is made of stellar debris. It involves the most secret and important inheritance of Asgard, requiring the craftsmanship of Asgard's craftsmen and the magic inheritance of Asgard. The same is true for other artifacts. Although Kamatage has many artifacts, these artifacts actually existed long before she was born, and each has its own origin. Some of them were made by the first generation of Supreme Sorcerer Agamotto, and others were spoils of successive generations of wizards. For example, the bow of Apollo and the arrow of Apollo. These artifacts are not easy to make, and some of them are even related to the magical entities of the multiverse. Unfortunately, although she was confident that she was the most powerful supreme sorcerer after Agamotto, she had no idea about making artifacts. If it was just standard equipment like the hanging ring, as long as she was given enough good materials, she could make as many as she wanted. But artifacts? There was really no way. Over the past thousands of years, successive mages have accumulated a lot of artifacts, but they have also lost a lot of artifacts, such as the Agamot sphere that is still gathering dust in Odin's treasure house. All the artifacts of Kamatage in the three major temples combined are probably less than 30, most of which are ordinary artifacts, and there are not many of the level of the levitation cloak. You just said 10 artifacts? Ancient One decisively refused. The artifacts choose their masters. Before he finished speaking, he saw Lao Wang with an innocent face. I know. I won't force them. It's all voluntary. Ancient One's eyes were instantly attracted by the calfskin belt around Lao Wang's waist. The transformation of the crimson magic belt could not escape her eyes. The strange energy flowing in it seemed to have been seen somewhere before. It belongs to the highest level in the universe, and is similar to the energy of the cosmic cube. Ancient One was speechless. Needless to say, this energy is attractive to artifacts. Except for the cosmic treasure, no artifact can resist it, including the Spear of Eternity. Thinking of the scene in the New York temple, she said lightly, the number of mages in Kamatage is far less than that of hundreds of years ago. The advancement of technology has limited the development of magic. The number of mages is getting smaller and smaller, and the power of the temple is not strong enough. Without artifacts, we can't protect the earth. Once Dormammu invades the earth, the consequences will be far more serious than you can imagine. The smile on Lao Wang's face gradually converged. The dark dimension is beyond the single universe, and belongs to the extra dimension within the scope of the multiverse. The high energy there is at the same level as the highest level of single universe energy. As the master of the dark dimension, Dormammu's strength is superior to that of the father. Even the Ancient One had to rely on the power of the Time Stone and the three major temples to resist Dormammu's invasion. No power in the single universe can cause harm to Dormammu, including the Infinity Stone. The Time Stone can manipulate all time within the scope of the single universe, but the dark dimension is even more transcendent than the quantum field. The time and space there are different from the single universe. Even Doctor Strange, who came later, could only use the power of the Time Stone on himself, and use his own time loop to harass Dormammu, and he himself did not have the ability to resist Dormammu for even a second. The Time Stone had no way to affect Dormammu. Basically, it can be considered that these are two beings of the same level. Even if Thanos got 6 stones, he could not wipe out Dormammu. In this case, if he really took away 10 artifacts and caused Dormammu to successfully invade the earth, who would resist at that time? Anyway, Lao Wang had no confidence. He even doubted that, even if the Titans were summoned, they might not be able to deal with Dormammu in his prime. At least it would be difficult to defeat him, more like a fateful enemy who was fighting against each other. So, what can I get? Lao Wang asked. There must be a reward for giving. This is a deal. Lao Wang will definitely leave this universe in the end. Not taking the Infinity Stones is a commitment to the entire universe. If he wants him to agree to this condition, Ancient One must pay enough. No artifacts, just something else. You still have the energy of the Cosmic Cube in your body 70 years ago. You absorbed part of the energy of the Cosmic Cube, and this energy allowed you to open the space-time channel and return to the present time. Ancient One's eyes stayed on the necklace on Lao Wang's chest. Your necklace is a cosmic treasure similar to the Infinity Stones, and it requires a lot of energy to use. It does not belong to this universe, and it is impossible to absorb the energy of the universe itself like the Infinity Stones. Lao Wang narrowed his eyes slightly. He understood something. Do you have a way to give me enough energy? Lao Wang's eyes moved down and fell on the Eye of Agamotto on Ancient One's chest. I can't use the Time Stone to absorb a lot of cosmic energy. This will affect the laws of time and cause damage to the universe itself. It is also easy to attract the attention of powerful beings in the multiverse and advanced civilizations in the universe, but I have other ways. Ancient One said, although Dormammu is the master of the dark dimension, I have a way to obtain a lot of dark energy from the dark dimension, but I must first make sure that your necklace can absorb dark energy and will not cause harm to you. You can try. Lao Wang frowned, but he was thinking about something else. Ancient One stretched out his hand and pointed, and a dark energy emanated from his body. This energy is essentially the same as the energy in the Dark Book, the Hellfire of Ghost Rider, and even similar to the shadow energy in World of Warcraft, but the manifestation is somewhat different. Lao Wang smiled slightly. The Heart of Azeroth released a blue beam of light, which enveloped the dark energy and completely devoured it in less than a second. Ancient One stared at the Heart of Azeroth without blinking. She could only sense the disappearance of the dark energy, but could not sense its current state. It was not clear whether it was imprisoned, stored, or transformed. But at least one thing is certain, the necklace is indeed a cosmic treasure of the same level as the Infinity Stones, and it really has the ability to deal with the energy of the dark dimension. I will perform a dark ritual to summon the energy of the dark dimension to this world. Ancient One said, how much energy you can absorb depends on your ability. Lao Wang was still thinking about the previous question, and said, will Dormammu not stop it? Whether it is me, the fanatic Eucilius, or anyone else who summons the energy of the dark dimension, Dormammu will not stop it, because this energy is harmful to the body. It will erode our body and soul, and continue to pull us into the dark dimension, and eventually become a part of Dormammu. Ancient One explained, I have the ability to guarantee that I will not fall into darkness, but this method still causes great harm to me, so at most 10 years, I must cut off contact with the dark dimension and abandon this body. Your necklace will not be eroded by dark energy, but there is one thing I want to remind you. What is it? Dormammu hasn't noticed you yet, but once your necklace absorbs the energy of the dark dimension, it will attract his attention. Ordinary artifacts are useless to him, but cosmic treasures are different. Ancient One said, he will try his best to take your necklace away, so you must be mentally prepared. It doesn't matter. Lao Wang smiled. Dormammu is not more powerful than the Lord of the Void, and he cannot really descend into this world. There is nothing to be afraid of. Once Dormammu finds that your necklace is not corroded, he will immediately cut off the ceremony. It is impossible to absorb the energy of the dark dimension in this way in the future. The Ancient One said, so you only have one chance. The old king nodded. Let's get started. The Ancient One said. Wait. The old king looked at the Ancient One. You just said that the energy of the dark dimension will cause harm to your body? Yes. The Ancient One replied. The old king was silent for a few seconds and asked, when presiding over the dark ceremony, the dark energy is actually transmitted into your body first, and then into my necklace? Yes. The Ancient One answered again. In this case, won't it also cause harm to your body and even shorten your life? The old king frowned slightly. You don't have to do this. Everything has a price, and this is the price I paid. The Ancient One smiled. Old Wang shook his head. The price is too high. Lifespan is not important to me. Losing my body is a relief. The eternal god has been calling me. Ancient One persuaded earnestly, so you don't have to care. This is my choice. You know, I have always wanted to die. I still can't bear it. Old Wang sighed. Then do your best to protect the earth. Ancient One looked up at the sky. After this ceremony, if I want to live a few more years, I can't take action anymore. The successor of the Sorcerer Supreme has not appeared yet, and the little girl you want me to teach has not come yet. All these take time. Old Wang was silent for a moment, his voice flat and firm. I'm here. No one can invade the earth. Thanos can't. Dormammu can't. This is the responsibility of the Guardian. Director Wang, the earth depends on you. Ancient One raised his hands. It's getting late. Let's start. Chapter 352 Ancient One's Dark Ritual, Part 1. Obscure energy emanated from the hands of the Ancient One, and then turned into complex runes one after another under the outline of fingers and mental manipulation. These runes were combined in a specific way to form a magic circuit. One magic circuit after another was connected to each other and became a complete magic ritual. This is the Dark Ritual, a ritual to communicate with the Dark Dimension. The magic power of the mages of Kamatage comes from the magic entities of the multiverse, but magic entities are different from magic entities. The earth is protected by the three major temples, and the three major temples were built by the first generation of Supreme Mage Agamotto. They contain the magic power of the Supreme Mage of all generations, which comes from the Trinity of Vishanti. On Earth, it is easy for mages to communicate with the Trinity of Vishanti, so even the weakest secret apprentice can obtain strong mana from Vishanti to complete the more complex and powerful spells for the mages in World of Warcraft. But also because of the existence of the three major temples, it is difficult for mages to communicate with other magic entities. As the mortal enemy of the Trinity of Vishanti, the most difficult to communicate is the Dark Dimension. Even a master of secrets like Caecilius could not perform the Dark Ritual by his own power, and had to seduce a large number of mages to steal a page of the Book of Time, and use the power of the page itself. The Ancient One is of course an absolutely powerful existence. She herself is the owner of the three major temples, so she can naturally bypass the three major temples. So not only is it easier for her to perform the Dark Ritual, but the energy obtained from the Dark Dimension is also very powerful. In less than 3 minutes, the ritual was completed. In Lao Wang's perception, the surrounding space has undergone earth-shaking changes, folding, compressing, tearing, and filling in a way that cannot be described in words, and it looks like everything happened in the mirror space. The power of the Trinity God of Vishanti cannot allow mages to fold space outside the mirror space, but Dormammu can. This does not mean that Dormammu is more powerful than Vishanti, but the energy properties are different. The power of time and space runs through the single universe and the Dark Dimension, and a large amount of dark energy flows back and invades the body of the Ancient One. A blood-red symbol appeared on his forehead. If he didn't know the cause and effect, Lao Wang would definitely think that the Ancient One had turned black and became Dormammu's most powerful subordinate. It's your turn. Gu Yi stared at Lao Wang, his voice carrying a hint of coldness. Hurry. Lao Wang did not dare to neglect it. The energy channel opened by the Dark Ritual was too large, and the output power of the Dark Dimension was too high. After only a few seconds, the dark energy poured into Gu Yi's body was about to reach the limit of her endurance. Her body was too weak to accommodate too much energy, and she had to rely on spiritual power to maintain it. If this energy was not drained out as soon as possible, then what awaited Gu Yi was either to interrupt the Dark Ritual in time or to be completely eroded by the dark energy and then blackened. The Heart of Azeroth floated up and left Lao Wang's neck. It floated in front of Lao Wang, releasing azure light. The beam of light fell on Gu Yi, establishing a continuous and stable energy channel. The next moment, the dark energy left Gu Yi's body along the azure energy channel and was injected into the Heart of Azeroth. A wisp of Lao Wang's spirit floated into the Heart of Azeroth. In the center of the Pantheon, dense runes appeared, wrapping the dark energy in it and condensing it into a drop of black liquid. It was so small that it was almost invisible, not even 1 milligram, but it had an extremely high essence. It was actually at the same level as the essence of the Well of Eternity, second only to the blood of Azeroth. As time went on, more dark energy was injected into it, and the black liquid became more and more. First it was the size of a sesame seed, then mung beans, soybeans, and soon it was as big as an egg. And in this process, Lao Wang sensed an extremely terrifying existence. He had been in close contact with Odin, and felt how powerful Odin's spiritual power was. Although the Ancient One was the most amazing supreme mage after Agamotto, a father level existence, but if we don't talk about strength, but only spiritual power, he is actually much worse than Odin. The father of the gods has lived for 5,000 years, so he is naturally not comparable to the Ancient One. If compared with the demigods in World of Warcraft, the Ancient One is probably similar to Egwin, a pure mage, with a weak body and a strong soul, lower magical attainments, more energy to manipulate, and slightly weaker spiritual power. Odin is different. Whether it is body or soul, strength or spirit, he is not much different from the Titan Guardian. Compared to Lao Wang at his peak, it was not much different. But compared to the spiritual power Lao Wang felt at this moment, it was nothing. This was an extremely dark spiritual entity. Even though it was separated by a whole universe, just a glance in this direction made Lao Wang feel terrified. This was a spiritual power far beyond his peak, a veritable true god level, even more powerful than the ancient gods. Even in the entire world of Warcraft, there were not many people who could match him. In addition to the titans of the Pantheon, there was probably only the Void Lord who did not show up until Lao Wang left. Both are outside the physical universe, both are good at spiritual power, both manipulate almost infinite dark void energy, both cannot descend into the physical universe. So, Dormammu is actually a similar existence to the Void Lord? Lao Wang was calm and fearless. Separated by the entire universe and the obstruction of the three major temples, Dormammu's power to descend to Earth was very weak. If it weren't for the Ancient One holding a dark ritual, his spirit wouldn't even be able to descend into this world. More dark energy was injected into the Heart of Azeroth, and the concentrated black liquid became more and more. Suddenly, Lao Wang heard a cold snort. Cosmic treasure. Earth. Inescapable fate. Destined to be swallowed. Fall into darkness. Become a part of me. The voice with bewitching power came from the hollow, almost dragging Lao Wang into the darkness. Even Ancient One was a little nervous, worried that Lao Wang would be affected, but Lao Wang smiled indifferently. He had never heard the voice of the Lord of the Void, but he had heard the close whispers of the old gods too many times, right next to his ears. Back then, he got the Dark Priest artifact Sarthas Blade of the Black Empire from the Twilight Prophet Benedictus, and kept it with him, just to use the whispers of the old gods to hone his will, and the effect was good. After about a minute, probably because he felt that he could not affect Lao Wang, the dark ritual suddenly stopped. All runes disappeared, and Ancient One sighed. Your body. Lao Wang frowned, and sent a stream of true energy. However, the next moment, the true energy was completely shattered and disappeared. It's useless, Director Wang. Gu Yi tried his best to suppress the dark energy in his body, and said, my body has been corroded too deeply by darkness, and it rejects all other energies. Lao Wang nodded gently. Gu Yi was hopeless, even the gods could not save her. She was doomed to die, sooner or later. And because this time she had almost opened the largest dark ritual, her body was corroded even more deeply, and there was not much time left. Dormammu is targeting you. Gu Yi said, you have to be careful. Lao Wang nodded. This time, she got a lot of dark energy, even far more than what she had absorbed from the cosmic cube before, which was almost equivalent to 1 kilogram of Azeroth's blood. In terms of value alone, it was actually far more than a dozen low-level artifacts, even more than most mid-level artifacts, and more than the sum of the Fist of the Heavens and Fuzan, Wanderer's Friend. The price was Gu Yi's lifespan of almost 5 years. After calculating this, I don't know if it was worth it. I should go. Director Wang. Gu Yi smiled slightly. Don't forget your promise. Without waiting for Lao Wang to answer, she had already opened the door and left. This promise is a bit heavy. Lao Wang shook his head slightly and returned to the quantum mechanics laboratory. Chapter 353. Is it green or not? Part 2. 1. What happened before? A group of people gathered in the laboratory. Sky, who had woken up a long time ago, asked nervously. Hope said Loki is here? The Supreme Sorcerer is here too? What did you encounter in the quantum realm? Did Loki hurt you? Did the Supreme Sorcerer embarrass you? It's like this. Lao Wang told the general situation again and comforted him. Ancient One and the 3 major temples will closely monitor the entire Puerto Rico. I will also pay attention at all times. Loki and Superstar dare not come again, otherwise I will let them know why the flowers are so red. There are some things he didn't say, such as the Heart of Azeroth and the Infinity Stones, such as the transaction between him and Ancient One. These are extremely high level secrets, and there is no need to let most people know. The quantum realm can actually allow people to travel through time and space. Fitz murmured to himself, how is this possible? Time and space travel can actually be realized. Maybe there are people around us who traveled from the future. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was possible, and he couldn't help but cast his eyes on Lao Wang. The boss seemed to know everything, giving people a very mysterious feeling. Could it be that he actually came from the future? What are you thinking about? Lao Wang glared at Fitz. He stretched out his hand, and a test tube filled with azure liquid appeared, and handed it to Simmons. Original Super Soldier Serum, Dr. Erkin's version, only half a tube left. Is it enough? If not, I'll get more. Enough, it must be enough. Simmons hurriedly took it carefully, turned around and ran to his laboratory. She couldn't wait. I'll go help her. Dr. Banner hesitated for a few seconds, turned around and left. Although he was very interested in the quantum field, his major was not this, but high energy physics, nuclear physics, and gamma rays. The original Super Soldier Serum needs to be used with Vita rays, but the energy of this life ray is not very high, much worse than gamma rays. If Dr. Erkin's original formula can be deconstructed, combined with his authoritative research on gamma rays, maybe the two can be perfectly combined to mass produce super soldiers who are more powerful than Captain America. In fact, in his opinion, the Hulk is an upgraded version of Captain America, but it is not very stable. If that state can be stabilized, even if the effect is reduced, it is still a great discovery, worth at least 10 Nobel Prizes. Director Wang, have you seen my mother? Hope couldn't wait any longer, so she grabbed old Wang's shoulder and asked. Ahem. Sky coughed twice and silently pushed Hope away with a shockwave. Sister, just talk, don't touch me. I vaguely saw her shadow. Old Wang described the specific situation in detail, and Dr. Pym thought, you were all in the quantum field at the time. Could it be that you were entangled with each other? In this case, Janet is very likely to be alive, and she has left some kind of message on your body. Entangled? On your body? The others looked at old Wang with a bit of a weird look in their eyes. Wang/boss/director, you just go to save people. Why are you entangled? What did you leave in her body? She must be 60 years old, and her daughter is older than you. What are you thinking? What are you thinking about? A bunch of illiterates. Dr. Pym is talking about quantum entanglement. Lao Wang explained helplessly. In quantum mechanics, when several particles interact with each other, the properties of each particle have been integrated into the overall property. It is impossible to describe the properties of each particle separately, and only the properties of the overall system can be described. So this phenomenon is called quantum entanglement. This is the case with Ms. Janet and I. Sky chuckled. You know the book well. Daredevil Matt nodded silently. Master Wang has a good memory, better than me. Ghost Rider Robbie thoughtfully. Why do you have to recite it in advance? The director had thought about this situation a long time ago. As an expert in quantum mechanics, Fitz further confirmed his previous guess. This shows that the boss is really from the future. Boss, did Simmons and I succeed? Did we have children? How many did we have? That's enough. Lao Wang shouted, and directly blocked his mouth with his true energy. Then he turned to look at Dr. Pym, and changed the subject. Doctor, how do you feel now? I mean mentally. I have a headache, nothing else. Dr. Pym rubbed his temple, his tone full of anger. Loki actually manipulated me to close the quantum tunnel, and tried to stop me from saving Janet. I must catch him, and let him know how powerful Landman is. Hope was stunned and whispered, Loki doesn't know about this at all. He is trying to prevent Director Wang from coming back. This is embarrassing. Let's not talk about this. Everyone try not to leave the laboratory in the future, and nothing will happen. Old Wang had to change the subject back. If Miss Janet and I really have quantum entanglement, how will this help you? A lot of help. Hope said, Mom is smarter than Dad. If she really has quantum entanglement with you, she will take the opportunity to leave some information in your body. This information is likely to be activated when the quantum tunnel is opened, so that you will be entangled again. And as long as we track the entanglement, we can find Mom's exact location. We are not ready yet. The quantum shuttle has not been developed yet. Dr. Pym blamed himself. We can't track her accurately now. The time and space in the quantum realm are different from ours, and the probability field is constantly changing. So Janet's relative position is also constantly changing. We can't track her continuously for the time being, and the Ant-Man armor does not have this ability. The corresponding algorithm is very complicated and has not been completed yet, but we should at least try. Hope clenched his fists. The time and space in the quantum realm are constantly changing, which means that the entanglement may have occurred a long time ago. Wait, the quantum realm did not exist a long time ago. This is too contradictory. No contradiction. Dr. Pym said, the time and space in the quantum realm are different from ours, but it also has its own laws. But no matter what, since Janet has become entangled with Director Wang, she must still be alive. She is in the quantum realm, not at other points in time. Before I saw her, she was in a superposition state of all time points. I need to confirm this again. The two said in unison, open the quantum tunnel. Should we make some preparations first? Fitz hurriedly stopped them, adjust the equipment, prepare the tracking and stabilization devices, and the quantum realm energy collected by the boss also needs to be studied, so that the success rate will be higher. Okay. Although he was impatient, Fitz was right. Research first. Research first. Dr. Pym quickly pulled his daughter to do the research. It seems that we are not needed here. Lao Wang shrugged and left with others. The dark energy equivalent to almost 1 kilogram of the blood of Azeroth. How to spend it? This is a problem. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 354, Demonic Source Ingot, Part 3. There is no such thing as having money, but nowhere to spend it. There are many things in World of Warcraft that are worth far more than 1 kilogram of blood of Azeroth, such as artifacts that are stronger than the Fist of the Heavens. It's not too much, but it's not too little. It's hard to say whether it's worth it for a promise to exchange for blood of Azeroth that is worth more than the entire Stark Industries. The key is how to look at it. Lao Wang thinks it's worth it. It will take some time for Dr. Pym and others to prepare. Lao Wang found a piece of paper and then found a pen, writing and thinking about what to exchange. There are no major battles during this period. Even if Loki and Superstar come to the door with the Mind Scepter, Lao Wang is confident that he can deal with it on his own. Thanos will not show up for the time being, and Hela, Spicy Chicken Shreds and others will also need time. This is a relatively idle period, and we only need to spend a lot of money to prepare for the upcoming war. A lot of money is invested in Azeroth industry to produce those relatively cheap Azeroth number 1 and number 2 Iron Soldiers. The acquisition of vibranium is a big problem. Although the Security Council, Ludin and Wakanda have established connections, the relationship is average. The other party is unwilling to sell in large quantities. Lao Wang is not interested in robbing, let alone stealing. That is not his style. Adamantium alloy can certainly replace vibranium, but it originally uses vibranium as a raw material, and the production is limited. Fortunately, through continuous research on Kundland spacecraft and Kree starships, new breakthroughs have been made in materials science, and better alloy formulas have been deconstructed. Only relatively simple equipment and smelting technology are needed to synthesize high strength and high performance alloys from common materials such as iron, titanium, gold, silver, aluminum, and carbon. Even better than gold titanium alloy. More technologies have also been applied to steel soldiers. The upgraded steel soldiers are far better than the previous ones, with performance improved by at least 3 times, but the cost has only increased by less than 50%. I believe that even in the face of Achirita's biochemical army, there is still a fighting force. Under the pressure of aliens, countries have increased their efforts to purchase steel soldiers, and Azeroth's industrial output has skyrocketed. According to the current progress, by the end of this year at the latest, more than 3,000 iron soldiers will be manufactured, and the global rapid emergency defense capability will be greatly improved. Of course, iron soldiers are just soldiers, and the real killer is those extremely powerful weapons of mass destruction. For example, nuclear bombs. Through the study of the Kree missiles, the team of scientists has gained a lot of knowledge, especially controlled nuclear fusion. Although it is impossible to restore the Kree missiles due to the limitations of materials and global technological level, it is not a problem if the existing nuclear bomb technology is only upgraded. Nuclear bombs cannot be used on Earth, of course. But if a war really breaks out, it may not be impossible to block the enemy in the outer sky. This is the meaning of the existence of the Godstick Bureau. First, we need to exchange a large amount of raw materials. The research on super soldier serum has made new progress, and most of the most important additives come from World of Warcraft. Simmons made a list, including a large number of Warcraft such as red dragons, nightblade leopards, frostblade leopards, as well as herbs such as groundroot grass and magic king grass. The number is extremely large. These alone require dozens of grams of Azeroth blood, enough to configure 100,000 tubes of super soldier serum. Through continuous research, the team of scientists in the material laboratory analyzed the properties of materials such as mithril, adamantium, black iron, and thorium, and synthesized them with existing materials on Earth. New alloys appeared almost every few days. Of course, there were unsatisfactory failures, but there were also excellent results. Some could absorb energy, and some had strong energy resistance. Many of these alloys will be used in steel soldiers, missiles, and even space mother ships. The number required is extremely large, and Lao Wang has to exchange them, which is another huge expense, more than the super soldier serum, much more. So Lao Wang can only exchange a small part, and use it for steel soldiers and missiles first. In addition, the superheroes under his command also need equipment updates. Ghost Rider Robbie has Cold Terror's armor and Kil'Thuzad's chains, and does not need anything else for the time being, but others do not. Winter Soldier Bucky is a standard weapon control, only interested in high-tech weapons, and Fitz is enough in this regard. Sky is simpler, just needs a high-tech wristband to help her better control her superpowers, and she already has it. Daredevil Matt and others do not have higher requirements for equipment, which is also designed by Fitz and manufactured in the laboratory. At present, the one who needs good equipment the most is actually Dr. Banner, or the Hulk. His own strength is certainly very strong, but it is not enough. If he has a set of good enough equipment, he will definitely be able to greatly enhance his strength, especially the lethality. Two fists cannot beat a knife. Sharp weapons are extensions of the human body. Thanos with a knife is obviously much stronger than Thanos without a knife. Those who have seen Avengers 4 know it. The same is true for Hulk. In addition, Hulk has a fatal weakness, spirit. Children's spirit is of course weaker. He is easily angered, easily exploited, and often loses his temper. From Avengers 1 to Avengers 2, to Thor 3 and Avengers 3, Hulk has made a lot of trouble, and the damage he caused is often more than that of the enemy. This is a bit difficult. Although there are many mental protection equipment in World of Warcraft, the effect is average. It is no problem to resist ordinary mind control and mental charm, but it is definitely not enough to deal with Loki, Superstar or even the Mind Scepter. The corresponding legendary equipment has better effects, and there is no problem in exchanging them. Lao Wang has even selected one. The problem is that they basically need to be used actively, and most of them are staffs, which belong to mages or priests. Hulk's IQ. Lao Wang shook his head gently. He can only think of another way. As for weapons, we have to ask him what he likes first. High seas, deserted island. Stop smashing, come here. Lao Wang waved his hand. Hulk stopped reluctantly, kicked his legs, and jumped in front of Lao Wang, smashing a deep pit. Looking at the unconscious abomination in the distance, Lao Wang expressed deep sympathy. There is no way. Who made you a villain? In addition to drawing blood for the scientist team to do experiments, the only role is to be a sparring partner for Hulk, which can be regarded as waste utilization. Get you a set of equipment. Lao Wang asked with a smile. What kind do you like? Plate armor, chainmail, leather armor, full body armor or half body armor? Hulk, plate armor, full body. Hulk did not hesitate. Okay, I'll have someone make it for you. Lao Wang nodded. He stretched out his hand and an iron block appeared. A standard cube, about 1 meter square, silvery white, with light flowing on it, magnificent. It weighs more than 10 tons, and its density is almost twice that of iron. Come on, try to see if it's hard enough. Lao Wang said. Hulk's defensive ability is roughly the same level as vibranium, maybe slightly worse. Captain America's shield in this world is made of vibranium, and there have been only 2 problems. Once it was scratched by Black Panther's vibranium claws, and another time it was directly chopped into pieces by Thanos' sword, a miracle of great force. For Hulk, armor with a lower hardness than vibranium is basically meaningless, but rather a constraint, and at least it must be of the same grade. Lao Wang was too lazy to even try mithril, adamantium, black iron, thorium, etc., and went straight to source material. And it's not just an ordinary source ingot, but a magic source ingot made by melting arcanite fiery core, elemental flux and source ingot. The price is even higher than vibranium. 10 tons requires 20 grams of Azeroth's blood. The high price also has its advantages. Vibranium belongs to the material of the technology side, while the magic source ingot belongs to the material of the magic side. It is easier to enchant and add various properties, such as mental protection. No matter how strong an ordinary person is, he can't bear 100 kilograms of armor. But for Hulk, 10 tons is equivalent to 1 kilogram of ordinary people, which is nothing at all. He can pick it up casually. Bang! Hulk punched the magic source ingot. No injury. Hulk was angry. There is something I can't smash. He jumped high, jumped to a height of thousands of meters, and then landed heavily. Bang! Another punch. Carrying the power of falling thousands of meters, plus Hulk's own strength, it weighs hundreds of tons. Even a building hundreds of meters high can be directly destroyed. However, still unscathed. Lao Wang smiled and shook his head. It's not that the demonic essence ingot is really that strong. A large part of its value is reflected in its magical properties. If it is thrown to the Ancient One, no, the first generation Supreme Sorcerer Agamotto, or the dwarves who are best at making equipment, I believe it will not be a problem to make a low-level artifact. Even the armor that Deathwing uses to fix his body is actually essence, but it is integrated with its own power and the power bestowed by the old gods, so it is more valuable, and can only be damaged by the dragon soul. In terms of defense alone, it is roughly the same as vibranium, and it does not have the energy absorption characteristics of vibranium. Hulk's full strength attack should leave a little mark, but it didn't. Because the demonic essence ingot was placed on the ground, and the ground was not hard, it removed a lot of power. Okay, this is it. Seeing that Hulk sang a value sword and seemed to be fighting with the demonic essence ingot, Lao Wang hurriedly stopped him. In fact, if it is exchanged for Deathwing's source reinforced armor plate, the effect will be better, but that thing contains extremely powerful magical power. Lao Wang doubts that no one in this world can forge it, so he can only give up. He can't afford it. Choose another weapon. Lao Wang pointed his finger, and dozens of legendary weapons appeared in Hulk's mind one by one. Hulk browsed them one by one and quickly locked on one of them. Hulk, I want it. Hulk, you have a good eye. Lao Wang snapped his fingers. Exchange. The blood of Azeroth, which was not much to begin with, was reduced by half, and a sword and a shield appeared in front of Lao Wang. Chapter 355, Scales of the Earth Guardian, Part 1. A green shadow flashed before his eyes. Hulk held a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, waved them a few times, and happily jumped in front of Abomination, kicked him away, and then landed on the ground, roaring at Abomination. Hulk, fight. Abomination woke up from his coma, rubbed his eyes, and looked confused. What's going on? Wasn't I knocked out? Why is it happening again? No, I'm knocked out. I'm knocked out. It's not okay for me to pretend to be dead. I've had enough of fighting today. He tilted his head, closed his eyes, and fell to the ground pretending to be dead. Get up. Get up. Get up. Hulk kicked a few times, but Abomination didn't react at all. Hulk, giant bear, Abomination, puppy. Hulk stomped Abomination into the mud with one foot, turned around and jumped in front of Lao Wang, waving his sword and shield. Hulk, fight. Okay, I'll accompany you. Lao Wang smiled slightly and took out the Fist of the Heavens. Boom. The fist and shield collided, and Lao Wang flew backwards. Hulk, strong. Wang, weak. Hulk grinned and rushed forward, slashing down at Lao Wang with a huge one-handed sword. Lao Wang did not dare to resist, dodged sideways, and then punched Hulk in the face. Hulk's head tilted suddenly. Lao Wang uppercut again, hitting Hulk's vitals. Hulk's waist shrank. Lao Wang clenched his fists, and the Ahad came out of the cave and hit Hulk's chest. The wind rose, the clouds surged, and the thunder sounded. Hulk flew backwards. Lao Wang clenched his fists and snorted coldly. The Fist of the Heavens has the ability to control wind and thunder. It is not easy to deal with you. Do you believe that I can play you to death 100 times 100 times? Storm. No. Hulk roared. Okay, I listen to you. Lao Wang was helpless. This child's temper is getting more and more like a naughty child. It's not a life and death duel, just a game. What can I do? Lao Wang simply didn't use any monk skills, not even true ki, and collided with Hulk with strength and skills alone. A few minutes later, no more fighting. Lao Wang waved his hands and said helplessly, I admit defeat. Okay. This is too restrictive. Hulk's sword is too sharp. He can only use the Fist of the Heavens to resist. Without using the true energy, his body will definitely not be able to withstand Hulk's brute force plus sharp sword blade. This fight is too cowardly, but he can't argue with a child. Hulk, victory. Wang, failure. Hulk smiled. Yes, you win, you win. Lao Wang put away the Fist of the Heavens, stared at the sword and shield and asked, do you like it? Hulk, I like it. Hulk grinned. Lao Wang shrugged. It's worth hundreds of grams of Azeroth's blood. If you still don't like it, I can only exchange it for a gram a set for you. The higher the Hulk's anger value, the stronger his strength. Isn't this a true warrior? The most suitable weapon for him is, of course, the warrior artifact. In fact, Lao Wang's favorite warrior artifact should be Varian Rhine Sword Salamini, which comes from a pair of twin Night Elf warriors during the War of the Ancients, and is also an extremely rare legendary weapon. The second is the Wind Sword and the Brotherhood Sword and the twin swords of Quel'Dala and Quel'Sera. The problem is that King Varian's weapons can be separated and combined, which requires extremely high combat skills, and is obviously not suitable for Hulk. The Wind Sword contains the soul of Windseeker Sunderland, which is too expensive and cannot be exchanged for the time being. The Brotherhood Sword and the High Elf Twin Swords are not legendary equipment, and their grades are slightly worse. The latter's double swords can only be considered ordinary legends. The most important thing is that Hulk can't just have a sword, he must also have a shield. It doesn't matter when facing ordinary people, but once facing an existence of the level of Thanos, not only offense, but also defense is needed. Although no matter how much defense is useless, the result is the same. Whether from the grade or size, this one and the shield are the most suitable choices. Remember their names. Scale of the Earth Guardian, Broken Scale. Lao Wang said. Earth? Broken? Hulk scratched his head while holding the broken scale, not understanding what it meant. This shield and this one-handed sword are made of a piece of dragon scale, the dragon scale of Neltharion, the guardian of the earth and the king of the black dragon. Said the old king. Neltharion is undoubtedly the most famous and powerful dragon in World of Warcraft, even more powerful than the original ancestor of the dragon Galakrond. Not only does he have the power of the titans to control the earth, but he has also been blessed by the ancient god N'Zoth, surpassing the other 4 dragon kings. Tens of thousands of years before Neltharion was bewitched by N'Zoth and turned into Deathwing, in a time that has long disappeared in the dust of history. A Vrickle king named Magna Ricebreaker went deep into Neltharion's lair and found a piece of scale that Neltharion had fallen off. He used the forging skills of the Vrickle to forge this scale into a sword and a shield, which became extremely rare warrior artifacts, and with them, he protected his country and his people until his death. Warriors are probably the most miserable of all professions. 3 artifacts, one was forged by mortals, and absorbed the power of the faceless general, the other 2 were forged by the Vrickle, one of which was blessed by Odin, the one in Hulk's hand is the other one. Judging from the value alone, this sword and shield are probably one of the lowest grade artifacts among all professional artifacts, and the value is probably equivalent to the sword and shield of the goddess Sif. The 2 together are not as good as Fusa nor the Fist of the Heavens. After all, it is just a scale before an Eltharian fowl. In terms of material value alone, it is at most equivalent to the same weight of the enchanted essence ingot. Of course, the power of the Earth Guardian contained in it, as well as the forging skills of the Vrickle, add points to this sword and shield, which is naturally far beyond the enchanted essence ingot. With them, Hulk's strength should be able to rise to a new level. The original Hulk could hardly hurt Captain America's vibranium shield, let alone Thanos, and couldn't even break his defense. But now, it may not be the case. The sun is setting. Kit, it's time to go to bed. I'll take you out to play next time. Lao Wang whispered softly, helped Hulk to remove his transformed state, and took him back to the laboratory. Then he opened the door, and came to the Trident headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. What, you want to borrow the Cosmic Cube? Hearing Lao Wang's request, Luden frowned. The Cosmic Cube is the biggest secret of S.H.I.E.L.D. We have a research project that has lasted for 70 years, and has been carried out around it. We have invested more than 100 billion in total, and the loss of 1 day of interruption is more than 100 million. 1 tube of super soldier serum, free. I only need 1 hour. Lao Wang interrupted. 10 tubes. Ludan hurriedly bargained. Deal. Lao Wang waved his hand, and 10 tubes of super soldier serum appeared on the desk, and then grabbed Ludan's hand. A flash of magic flashed, and the 2 came to the Cosmic Cube research base. Chapter 356 Deconstructing the Cosmic Cube, Part 2. Level 1 Alarm. Someone has invaded the base in an unknown way. Activate immediately. Director? And Director Wang? An agent was holding a walkie-talkie to sound the alarm, looking at Luden with a strange look in his eyes. Director, you are not being held hostage by Director Wang, are you? Are SHIELD and the Schengen Bureau falling out? If you are being held hostage, I will pretend that I didn't see it. Anyway, the entire SHIELD combined can't beat Director Wang. Is it too late for me to defect to the Schengen Bureau now? Go do your own thing. I'll bring Director Wang to visit. Luden waved his hand to let the agent retreat, and while leading the old king to the research center at the bottom, he said, Director Wang, I was wrong just now. It's 100 tubes of super soldiers. Woo woo woo. Old Wang chuckled. Old Wang, just don't have the habit of taking things without asking. Otherwise I would need to ask you. I took it 2 years ago. How can I regret what I promised? You have to take those 10 tubes of super soldier serum, whether you want it or not. It won't work if there is more or less. Old Wang, always talk about credibility when doing business. When they came to the bottom floor, Tony, the general manager, was not there. This work attitude is not good. Mr. Stark is on vacation today. Well, he has a crush on a female reporter from the Washington Daily. He should be watching a movie or eating a hamburger now. An agent said. Tony will waste time following procedures. Instead of getting straight to the point, Lao Wang stepped forward, looked at the Cosmic Cube embedded in a certain device, and stretched out his hand. The Cosmic Cube flew to his hand obediently. An incredible look immediately appeared on the agent's face. How dare this man take the Cosmic Cube with his bare hands? Director? The agent hurriedly looked at the boiled egg. Then he saw his director nodded a little unnaturally, which was very strange. Sir, just nod if you want to. Why do you look so constipated? As if you are reluctant? So you are still being held hostage? The next moment, he saw the Cosmic Cube emit a blue light and shoot into the necklace on Director Wang's chest. At the same time, the readings on the device continued to decrease. After about 2 minutes, the light disappeared completely. Looking again, the readings actually dropped to 0. So in just a short while, Director Wang took away all the energy in the Cosmic Cube. Ludin watched everything that happened. His face turned black with anxiety. He wanted to stop it, but he was restrained by the true key, unable to move a finger, unable to say a word, and even forced to smile. What is going on? 10 tubes of super soldier serum took away all the energy of the cosmic cube. Director Wang. I don't want the serum. Give me back my cosmic cube. It's just a little bit of energy. Don't worry, there is plenty in the universe. Looking at the ball of cosmic energy in the Heart of Azeroth, which was about the same as 100 grams of Azeroth's blood, Lao Wang was very satisfied. 70 years ago, the time was too short and the absorption was not enough. Today, 70 years later, it can finally be done. Analysis. Lao Wang let go, and the cosmic cube quickly shrank and disappeared. Ludin became even more anxious. You took away the energy, and you also took away the cosmic cube. Don't worry, I'll keep my word. If I say it will take an hour, it will only take an hour. As soon as Lao Wang finished speaking, he saw a clock appear in the void inside the Heart of Azeroth, with a countdown on it. A full 24 hours. Okay, I'll use it for a day. Lao Wang patted Ludin's shoulder, a little embarrassed. I'll give you 90 tubes of super soldier serum later, and I will definitely return the cosmic cube to you at this time tomorrow. How about it? Not very good. Ludin complained in his heart. Let's go. Lao Wang snapped his fingers and disappeared. Azeroth Laboratory. A ray of spirit entered the Heart of Azeroth, and Lao Wang observed carefully. Lines of data continued to appear in the void, analyzing the cosmic cube. Of course, it was impossible to analyze the space gem, but there was no problem with the cosmic cube, and it only required about 100 grams of Azeroth blood, and the energy just extracted from the cosmic cube was enough. The price of analysis is often more than the item itself. The cosmic cube is just a shell of the space gem, and its value is even lower than the infinity gauntlet. It is nothing at all. What Lao Wang needs is its ability. It also contains some space laws. Although it is far from comparable to the space gem, and even inferior to the Rainbow Bridge, it is enough for Lao Wang. After 24 hours, the analysis is completed, and lines of text appear in the void. Analysis completed. This item is a legendary equipment, with a total of 284 defects. Do you want to optimize and reconstruct it? No. Lao Wang refused decisively. Optimization and reconstruction means integrating the cosmic cube into the Heart of Azeroth, which is not acceptable. Since you promised Ludin, you must keep your promise, and there are other ways. The completion of the analysis means that the Heart of Azeroth has obtained all the technology of the cosmic cube. It only needs enough materials to naturally carry out internal transformation and obtain the same ability. Moreover, for Lao Wang, not all abilities are needed, but only a part. Continue browsing, and more texts continue to appear. The cosmic cube has the following abilities: energy container, special materials and special magic allow the cosmic cube to have the ability to contain cosmic energy. Limited by the strength of the materials and magic, the upper limit of this ability is equivalent to 113.3408 grams of Azeroth's blood energy channel. There is a special energy channel between the cosmic cube and the space gem, which can continuously absorb cosmic energy through the space gem. Limited by the strength of the materials and magic, the maximum input power is equivalent to 1 microgram of Azeroth's blood per second. Space manipulation. The cosmic cube contains a part of the laws of space and can manipulate space to a certain extent, including but not limited to space transmission, space distortion, space reshaping, space stillness, due to the manufacturer's incomplete research on the space gem. This ability is limited. The cosmic cube has many abilities, some of which are useless, such as energy container. The Heart of Azeroth is the most powerful energy container, which can easily contain the entire Earth. Energy channel is a good thing. Because it does not belong to this universe, the Heart of Azeroth cannot draw energy from the universe itself, but if it obtains this ability, it can continuously draw energy. Although the speed is not too fast, it will accumulate a lot over a long period of time. What Lao Wang is most interested in is space manipulation. If you want to obtain the two abilities of energy channel and space manipulation, what materials do you need? Lao Wang asked. A large amount of data appeared. Lao Wang carefully browsed and nodded slightly. Probably because the Heart of Azeroth has already obtained similar abilities by fusing the suspension ring. The materials needed are not many, and the total value is about equivalent to 20 grams of blood of Azeroth, which is far lower than the value of the cosmic cube itself. In this case, immediately optimize and reconstruct, and all materials will be exchanged directly, Lao Wang ordered. As the 20 grams of blood of Azeroth disappeared, the level 4 space-time channel opened, and a large amount of materials appeared. The countdown appeared again, and this time it only took 1 hour. Manufacturing is much simpler than research. 1 hour later, optimization and reconstruction completed. New functions of Heart of Azeroth, energy channel, space manipulation, energy channel, space manipulation. After reading line by line, Lao Wang smiled slightly. The Heart of Azeroth is much more powerful than the cosmic cube. If Lao Wang wanted to, he only needed to crush the cosmic cube, and he could directly absorb the energy of the universe through the space gem, and the speed would be much faster than the cosmic cube. If he just directly absorbed energy from the universe, the speed would be roughly the same as the cosmic cube. The same goes for space manipulation. Whether it is distorting space or teleporting, it is no problem, and the effect is much stronger than the suspension ring. In addition to being able to teleport between planets, it can also teleport between dimensions. In other words, as long as he pays enough energy, Lao Wang can teleport to the dark dimension or outside the Milky Way at any time. Sure enough, Lao Wang's mind moved, and he came to the Cosmic Cube research base. Director Wang. A nimble figure suddenly appeared. Hawkeye jumped down from a height of about 20 meters, looked at the cosmic cube and Lao Wang's hand and said, "The director asked me to wait for you here." Lao Wang glanced at it. If he remembered correctly, the super soldier serum injected by Hawkeye should be super soldier serum hippogriff. The increase in strength of this serum is far less than that of the red dragon or the giant bear, or even the night saber, but the improvement in reaction ability, especially night vision, is definitely better than that of the night saber. Hawkeye's eyesight was already very strong, and now it is even stronger. In terms of long-range attack ability alone, I'm afraid that Captain America and the Winter Soldier combined cannot match him. Return the item to its original owner. Putting the cosmic cube back to its original place, Lao Wang disappeared. With this ability, it is really convenient to go home after get off work. You can save gas money and pick up the kids to school. Hawkeye was a little envious. Go home? He didn't go home. A frivolous voice sounded, and Tony walked over. Glancing at the readings on the instrument, Tony raised his eyebrows. With such a high degree, space teleportation within the Earth is simply not possible. It's more like the galaxy level. The energy output in 1 second is almost the same as the annual power consumption of Stark Tower. Jarvis? A few seconds later, Jarvis' voice rang out. Sir, New York, Kunlun Mountains, the Himalayas, and Sichuan have not detected any space anomalies. You see, he doesn't seem to be on Earth. Tony spread his hands. Then where did he go? Asgard? Kunlun? Kamataj? Or somewhere else? Hawkeye frowned. How would I know? Tony yawned. Continue the research. You guys continue. I'm going to take a nap. Do you have any medicine for treating trauma here? My back is so painful from being scratched. No. Hawkeye rolled his eyes. Chapter 357 Nidavellia. Part 3. Outer Space of Attilan. The flagship of the Accusation Corps. Great Sage, how is the situation? Lao Wang asked. A playful voice sounded. The integration of the two starships has been completed by 30%, and it is expected to take another 9 months and 24 days. So long. Lao Wang calculated carefully, and felt that it was still too slow. The 2 starships left by the Accusation Corps, one of which is a flagship divided into 2 halves, and the other is an ordinary frigate, with an intactness of more than 90%. Taking various factors into consideration, Lao Wang ordered the team of scientists to take over the starships in full, retrieve the reserve drawings in the starships, and then combine the scientists' ideas to finally design a new starship, intending to combine the 2 starships into one, use the useful ones and throw away the useless ones, as the space base of the Schengen Bureau. It was initially named Schengen. On the one hand, it was named after the Schengen Bureau, and on the other hand, it was also because the new starship was 2 starships connected front and back, so it looked a bit like a stick that was thick at both ends and thin in the middle. The main control computers of the two starships were also combined into one, and with the fourth and most advanced quantum computer, a new main control computer was formed, named Wukong, also known as Dasheng. Now several months have passed. The starship has a complete automatic repair system, and a large number of repair robots have been input with complete programs. Just modify these programs, and the robots will automatically modify and merge the two starships. Of course, this is a very huge project. No company or laboratory on Earth can help in this regard. The technological gap is too big. It is simply a world of difference. Even if human civilization develops rapidly, it will not be possible to catch up in a few hundred years. Even the science and technology contained in the starship, only a very small number of top scientists can understand 1/10 or 1/12, the most superficial 1 or 2. The only thing that can compete with the starship is the quantum computer, which overtakes the curve with the help of the power of the Dark Book. However, it can only be compared with the starship main control computer. In fact, the highest wisdom of the Kree people, the supreme wisdom, is itself a life computer, and its technological content far exceeds that of the quantum computer, at least the same level as the quantum brain. It will take some time to catch up. Schengen is the first space mothership of SHIELD. Once it goes to war with aliens, it must take on the responsibility of protecting the Earth. Naturally, the sooner it is completed, the better. Lao Wang decided to report to the Security Council and mobilize global resources to speed up the construction. What about the small spaceship? Lao Wang said, I need a small spaceship that can travel between stars. Schengen currently has 53 interstellar fighters, 126 small combat spaceships, and 4 large detachable lifeboats. Among them, small combat spaceships and detachable lifeboats can both make interstellar jumps, and there are jump points near the moon. Wukong's voice sounded. The small combat spaceship is smaller in size, has a faster conventional flight speed, and is equipped with a standard combat spaceship weapon system. Its defense capability is inferior to that of the detachable lifeboat, and cannot withstand close-range nuclear bomb explosions. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to fight. This is it. Find me the best one. Lao Wang made the decision. A small combat spaceship automatically flew over the starship. The eagle-like appearance is magnificent, and the blue coating is the color of the Kree Empire. Lao Wang doesn't like it very much. Paint them all red for me from now on. Lao Wang said. Got it. Wukong replied. The hatch opened. Lao Wang boarded the spaceship and sat in the driver's seat. Looking at the simple dashboard in front of him, he couldn't even figure out where to put his hands. How do I drive this thing? This spaceship has 3 operating modes, fully automatic, semi-automatic and manual. Since you have not received systematic driving training, it is recommended to choose the fully automatic driving mode. My subsystem will travel with you in the interstellar and obey your orders. Wukong said. That's great. Lao Wang reported a coordinate. Go there. There is no information about this coordinate in the database of Schengen, and it is impossible to conduct a safety assessment. Wukong does not recommend that you go there. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. In addition, the distance is too far, and the energy of the small combat spacecraft is not enough. It is recommended to change to a detachable lifeboat. Just drive as soon as possible. The coordinates are fine, and there is no need to worry about the energy. This is enough. Lao Wang shook the Heart of Azeroth on his chest. Before coming here, he went to Kamataj and got the coordinates from the Ancient One. There are many mysterious places in the universe that are unknown to the outside world. Even in the 3 empires, they are only legends, and only a very few people know about them. But for the Ancient One who owns the cauldron of all things, as long as she wants, 99.99999% of the places in the entire universe are not secrets. As for energy, spaceships of this level have their own energy conversion system, and can use high-level cosmic energy. The cosmic energy collected by Azeroth every second is equivalent to 1 microgram of Azeroth's blood. It looks very little, but it is actually equivalent to about 100,000 kWh of electricity. It is no problem to drive such a small spaceship. This is also one of the reasons why Lao Wang ran over to analyze the cosmic cube. This ability alone can obtain cosmic energy equivalent to more than 30 grams of Azeroth's blood every year, which is worth more than 300 billion US dollars. It is more profitable than the entire Stark Industries. This is the real clean energy. Understood. Received. The spaceship started. After flying for less than 5 minutes, it dived into the jump point. 3 hours later, in the distant universe, a spaceship jumped out of the void and turned several somersaults in midair before finally stabilizing. Lao Wang shook his head. Even with his physical strength and mental will, he felt a little dizzy. Wukong, this is a spaceship, not a somersault cloud. Could you please be more steady next time? How many times did we jump in total? Lao Wang asked. 184 times. Wukong replied. Lao Wang, don't do this next time. This is the fastest route, according to your request. Wukong replied. Lao Wang sighed. This quantum computer is not smart enough. It is much worse than the supreme wisdom of the Kree people. It needs to be upgraded. How long will it take? Lao Wang asked. We have arrived. Following Wukong's voice, Lao Wang looked up. The bright light is shocking. It is different from what I imagined. What is in front of me is not a planet, but a large amount of planetary debris floating in space, as if a planet has been hollowed out. Surrounding the large amount of debris is a series of 5 steel star rings, one ring inside another. The radius of the central star ring is about 100 kilometers, and the radius of the outermost star ring is about 200 kilometers. At the center of all the star rings is a planet emitting dazzling light, a neutron star with a radius of about 20 kilometers. A beam of light emanated from the neutron star, shot into the innermost star ring, then went outward all the way, and finally shot into the outermost star ring. As the spacecraft continued to approach, Lao Wang could clearly see that there were many people busy inside those star rings. Those were dwarves who were almost 3 meters tall. Logically speaking, the gravity of a neutron star of this size should be strong enough to distort light. Now the distance is only 200 kilometers, and these dwarves will definitely be torn into pieces. In the process of constantly approaching the neutron star, they will collapse into molecules and atoms, and eventually become neutrons, and become part of the neutron star. However, no, Lao Wang didn't even feel any gravity. Who dares to underestimate the technology of the dwarves? They are not only the most amazing forgers in the universe, but also control the most unique magic and technology in the universe. Using a neutron star as a furnace is even crazier than using the sun as an engine. This technology alone is enough to enter the ranks of advanced civilizations in the universe. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, strong lights shone on the spaceship, and Wukong's voice sounded. Unknown communication request from the star ring ahead. Access. Lao Wang said. The next moment, a projection appeared in front of him. Outsider, explain your purpose. The bearded dwarf said. Doing business with you. Lao Wang smiled and said, I hope you can help me build a magic weapon, and I'm willing to pay enough. Nidavellir only serves Asgard. The dwarf refused. It also serves Asgard's friends, right? As far as I know, Vanaheim has many magic weapons built by you, and the same is true for other countries in the 9 realms. Even the entire universe has legends about you. Everyone wants you to help build magic weapons, but they just don't know your coordinates. Lao Wang smiled and said, and I happen to be a friend of Asgard, a friend of Heimdall, a friend of Thor, and a friend of Odin, the father of the gods. How to prove it? The dwarf asked. I think this is enough. Lao Wang raised his hand, and a huge metal glove appeared in front of him. Chapter 358 Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Part 1. After the destruction of the Rainbow Bridge, we lost contact with Asgard. Inside the outer star ring, the dwarf King Etri carefully checked the Infinity Gauntlet and said, we lost the protection of Asgard, and had to build these weapons for self-defense. He pointed outside. The old king narrowed his eyes slightly. The wreckage of those planets was covered with weapons, and the strong light before was emitted by them. If nothing unexpected happens, the energy of these weapons comes from the innermost neutron star. The lasers or high energy particle streams emitted from the universe may have a temperature of millions or even tens of millions of degrees. Such high temperatures are not something that ordinary people can withstand, not even spacecraft. The old king has no doubt, if there is a problem with his answer just now, these dwarves are fully capable of destroying the spacecraft within a second. Although he will be fine at that time, it will not be so easy to go home. After all, it is unknown how many light years away from the Earth. Even Odin and Heimdall must do their best to send a person from Asgard to the Earth, and the distance between Nidavellir and the Earth is even farther than the former. Although the Heart of Azeroth has the ability to jump through space, the energy stored inside is really not enough to jump such a long distance directly. It's Loki. He is the son of the Frost King Laufey. He betrayed Asgard and destroyed the Rainbow Bridge with the Spear of Eternity. Lao Wang decisively passed the blame. He is now serving Thanos. Thanos. Etra's huge body trembled noticeably. Yes, it's him. Nidavellir has always been in contact with the outside world and knows very well how powerful and terrifying Thanos is. A few days ago, Loki used the Mind Stone to project his mind and went to Earth, where he was severely injured by me. Lao Wang stretched out his hand, and the Infinity Gauntlet floated in front of him. Thanos has been looking for the Infinity Stones and wants to wipe out half of the population of the universe. He does not have the ability to use the power of 6 stones at once, so he will definitely come to you to make the Infinity Gauntlet. And given his personality, even if you make it, the ending will not be too good, so you have to be careful. Why didn't he come to you? Etri hoped for another possibility. This seems more convenient. First, he doesn't know I have the Infinity Gauntlet at all. This is a secret. He probably thinks it's gathering dust in Odin's treasury. Of course, there is a high probability that he doesn't even know this. Second, even if he knows, I can destroy it at any time and prevent him from getting it. Then he will still come to you. Lao Wang smiled slightly. The most important thing is that Thanos is different from Odin. He prefers to use his left hand. This is also a reason Etri had the urge to take all his people away immediately. That's Thanos. He is now the most terrifying race destroyer in the entire universe. He leads the Dark Order and the Chirita to slaughter everywhere. How terrifying is it? He is not afraid of the 3 great empires, let alone a mere Nidavellir. You must know that among the 9 realms, Nidavellir is the smallest, with the smallest population and the weakest strength. There are only 300 dwarves in the entire starring, and they are basically all males. The reproductive capacity is a big problem. There have been no new people for many years. How can they stop Thanos' attack? I said, I'm here to discuss business, and more than one. Lao Wang said with a smile. We don't have time to help you build a magic weapon now. Etri refused. This is just one of them, and why don't you take a look at the materials first? Lao Wang waved his hand, and a huge magic source ingot appeared. I have lived for thousands of years. The lifespan of dwarves is much longer than that of Asgardians. Most of Asgard's artifacts were made by me, including the Spear of Eternity and Thor's hammer. There is no good material in the universe that I have not seen. I also have vibranium from your Earth. Take it away. Wait. He glanced at the magic source ingot and was quickly attracted by the magic energy contained in it. Is this a top-level magic material? Etri picked up the big iron block and placed it on the platform next to it. The next moment, a large amount of rays enveloped it and started the analysis mode. Lines of data appeared in the void. Is the hardness equivalent to Uru? Is the magic resistance equivalent to Uru? The molecular structure is different, the chemical bonds are very strange, and the energy distribution is unique. There is no other like it in the entire universe. What a good stuff. Although it is not the most precious, rarest, and best material in the universe, it is also very good. This thing is used to create artifacts. He sighed continuously, and finally looked away, shaking his head. The safety of my people's lives is more important than creating artifacts. Midgardians, thank you for bringing the news of Asgard and Thanos. We are leaving and finding a secret place to avoid the limelight. This is the second deal I want to make with you. Lao Wang smiled slightly. The 9 realms are originally one, and Asgard is not the only one that can protect you. Etri, how about we form an alliance? Etri was stunned. Midgard's technological level is too low. It is nothing in the universe. Etri said, I know what is on Earth, but I also know what this generation of Supreme Sorcerer is doing. She is about to die. The mages of Midgard are not even as good as those of Asgard. They can only rely on the power of the 3 major temples for passive defense. Do you want us to move to Earth? The Earth is too dangerous. It would be better to find an uninhabited deserted planet than to move there. Your information is outdated, Atri. The old king said calmly. The current Earth is not the original Earth. Just a few months ago, we defeated the Kree Accusation Group starship led by Ronan, and seized their flagship and frigates. In the more distant past, we also defeated the Accusation Group. I think in terms of technology alone, the Dark Order and the Chitauri may not be as good as the Kree, right? Roughly at the same level. Atri couldn't figure it out. How did you do it? Did the Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One use the power of the 3 major temples to protect the Earth? No, this is it. The old king pointed a finger on Atri's knee, and a divine thought passed through his thigh into his mind. 1 minute later, a beam of light comparable to a full-strength attack from the Spear of Eternity, an inhuman from Attilan, with the ability to manipulate electromagnetic energy, and you, with a body almost as strong as Thor's? Atri stared at Lao Wang and shook his head again after a few seconds. It's not enough. An accusation core is no match for Thanos, and is just about equal to his Chitauri. How can you resist the Black Order? How can you resist Thanos? This is where your help is needed, Atri. Lao Wang smiled slightly. The alliance is mutual. We have many superheroes comparable to the Black Order. If each of them has a weapon like Thor's hammer, what are the Black Order? As for Thanos, Lao Wang snorted. Don't I still have me? You are no match for Thanos. He can crush you to death with one hand. Atri was blunt. Not now, but there is still time. The old king said. Ancient One and Odin can still hold on for a few years. As long as they are not dead, Thanos will not dare to make trouble. You may not know that 3 years ago, I couldn't even beat the 3 warriors of Asgard. Now, 3 years later, Thor can't beat me. If you give me another 3 years, what will happen to Thanos? He paused and said, the most important thing is, this is the best choice, isn't it? Atri was silent for a few minutes. This man is right. Thanos dare not do anything for the time being. There is no need for the dwarves to escape so quickly. The dwarves have always served Asgard, and relied on Asgard's protection. If there is one more force to protect them, it is a good thing anyway. Besides, the dwarves are not good at fighting. They can only forge iron. Forging iron for anyone is not forging iron. The hard work of the dwarves must be rewarded. Atri said, we want a high reward. No problem. The old king agreed very happily. Atri walked to the magic source ingot and said, no matter what you want me to use it to make, I only want it, the same weight. It's already very cheap. The old king nodded. This is the truth. There are not many people in the universe who can create artifacts. It is almost equivalent to a monopoly. Such technology is much more valuable than the materials themselves. Even if AICUI wants to, 5 or 10 times the magic source ingots, Lao Wang can understand. Although he will definitely not give it to him. Don't worry about the auxiliary materials. I will match them freely. Since we have formed an alliance, the auxiliary materials for this first business will be given to you. AICUI said, what do you want to create? A hammer or an axe? Such a large weight is not suitable for humans, but more suitable for dwarves. A suit of armor. Lao Wang pointed again, and the image of the Hulk appeared in AICUI's mind. Prepare it for him. Chapter 359. Fake Mother Lao Wang, Part 2. It is far from as simple as imagined for the dwarves to create artifacts. From design to smelting, from adding various attribute materials to engraving runes, to opening the furnace and finally taking it out of the furnace, it takes a long time. The reason why Avengers 3 is so fast is that the dwarves have actually been creating the Stormbreaker for a long time, but because the starring is stagnant and cannot operate, they have to interrupt it, and only the last step is left. Now, first of all, we need to analyze and study the magic source ingot, which also takes time. Lao Wang is not interested in waiting here. After leaving a Kree communicator, he left decisively, returning to the Godstick starship, and then teleporting directly back to the Azeroth laboratory. Lao Wang heard a good news. All preparations are complete, Director Wang. Hope looked at Lao Wang excitedly. With a look of expectation, we can restart the quantum tunnel. The efficiency is really high. Lao Wang nodded. Let's go and take a look. Quantum Mechanics Laboratory. Director Wang, I'm waiting for you. Dr. Pime's hands were shaking slightly. Then I'll open it. Open it? Open it. Lao Wang smiled, and was also very curious about what would happen next. He is not a funny guy like Scott, and he doesn't know if he and Dr. Pime's wife are attracted to each other. Fortunately, Sky went to the afterlife for something. Otherwise, this place would be a Surefield. A Surefield specifically targeting him. In anticipation, Dr. Pime pressed the button. The quantum channel was reopened. Have you received any information, Director Wang? Dr. Pime asked immediately. Not yet. Old Wang shook his head. In fact, at the moment the channel was opened, he had actively released his spirit into the channel, wanting to get in touch with it, but it was not that easy. Once you enter the channel, it is equivalent to entering another world, which is not much different from the extra dimension. Even your mental power will be affected, and it will also be affected by chaotic time and space. It is very dangerous for ordinary people. For Old Wang, there is also the possibility that your mental power will be cut off or polluted. Don't worry, there are many possibilities. The quantum field is too complicated. It may be that the probability field is too seriously offset. It may be that quantum entanglement requires time to respond. It may be that the parameters are wrong, and it may be. Dr. Pime said a lot, but he didn't say the most terrifying possibility. Maybe his wife has died a long time ago. Dad? Hope suddenly screamed softly. Dr. Pime's voice stopped abruptly. He saw the data on the screen change dramatically, the energy index dropped rapidly, and the quantum tunnel began to close. No, what happened? It was fine last time it was turned on. This time we adjusted the parameter configuration, which should be safer. Did we modify it wrong? Hope was panicked. It can't be wrong. No, it's not that the parameters are wrong, but a strange energy is transmitted from the other side of the quantum tunnel. This energy interferes with the tunnel generator, which causes the tunnel to close automatically. Dr. Banner, who was watching, said quickly, modify the parameters immediately. Pime said while he was about to get busy, but found that, no matter how he modified it, it was useless, because they didn't consider that there would be energy invasion at all. Energy itself is not active. How could it invade? On the other side, Lao Wang's body gradually stiffened, and a strong mental will invaded his mind, trying to control his body. A white-haired woman who didn't look too old appeared in his mind, carrying a very strange quantum field energy, driving his spirit, and completing the control of his body. Ms. Janet. Lao Wang's voice sounded in her mind. Isn't it rude to invade my body without permission? Janet froze. She turned around and looked at Lao Wang in front of her, a little unbelievable. Your spiritual power is so strong that it can exist independently? You can stop my spiritual transformation through quantum entanglement and drive away the high-level energy in the quantum field that I bring. Although I don't understand what you are saying, I think I can. Lao Wang smiled slightly. Just tell me what you want to do. I'm Hope's friend, and am willing to do it for you. But to be honest, I'm not used to you taking over my body like this. Sorry, I'm afraid I have to do this. Janet said quickly. My arrival disrupted the probability field, causing all parameters to be disordered, and the quantum tunnel will soon be closed. I must modify the parameters immediately. You can tell me the parameters and I will modify them. Lao Wang is very principled. It's okay to take over a body, but it's a woman. Sky will have an opinion. No, you don't understand me. I know your mental power is very strong. We can communicate by quantum entanglement. This communication is very fast and can transmit a lot of information at one time, but it's not enough. Janet waved her hands and explained, I must see the current parameters and perform real-time calculations to know how to modify the parameters to ensure that the quantum tunnel is continuously open. Only then can I write the relevant knowledge into the computer. Time is running out. Lao Wang hesitated. It's really not right to let a woman take over. But what Miss Janet said seems to make sense. So, I will sacrifice myself once. Let me make it clear first, you can't mess around, otherwise I will kick you out. Lao Wang warned, you should know that I have this ability. Feeling Lao Wang's powerful mental power and the true energy throughout his body, Janet had to nod. I'll do whatever you say. The agreement was reached, and Lao Wang gave up his body. The next moment, Old Wang pushed Dr. Pym away, and his hands quickly tapped on the keyboard, one after another, and said in his heart, you have a strong physical fitness, much better than Hank, and your fingers are 100 times more flexible than his. I can be faster, so I can save time. His hands were clacking, which dazzled Dr. Pym and Hope. No, 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 don't mess around. If you don't understand, you will get into trouble if you press randomly. Come here. Pym shouted while trying to push Old Wang away. However, he couldn't push him away at all. Next to him, Hope's eyes were completely attracted by Old Wang's fingers and the numbers scrolling on the screen. Director Wang can actually program. He actually understands quantum mechanics. He types faster than 10 typists. How did he do it? I'm sorry, I don't know how long I have left. My energy has been depleted and may disappear soon. Believe me, I have been there for more than 20 years, and I have done a lot of research. Every second I'm thinking about how to come back. Old Wang pushed Dr. Pym away gently but firmly, with a gentle voice and a soft expression. Dr. Banner looked at Lao Wang in astonishment, thinking that Director Wang actually had the potential to be a transvestite. Dr. Pym, who was most familiar with his wife, saw something from Lao Wang's tone, words, soft movements and expressions. Janet? It's me, dear. Lao Wang turned his head and looked at Pym with a happy face, raising his hand to touch his face. Ahem. In his mind, Lao Wang couldn't help but remind him that it was wrong for you to do this. Lao Wang's hand froze for a moment and then turned to touch Hope's face. Hi, little candy. This time, Lao Wang didn't stop him, mainly because he didn't expect Janet to move so fast, and he didn't have time. Mom? Hope threw herself directly into Lao Wang's arms, which caught Lao Wang off guard. Feeling the enthusiasm of Hope's body, Lao Wang really couldn't bear to disturb the reunion of the two families. What a warm mother-daughter relationship. If he resisted, he would be worse than an animal. Fortunately, Janet knew that time was precious now and could not be wasted. She pushed Hope away and continued to be a keyboard warrior. No, no, this is not the family reunion I imagined. It's too hasty. You two have done a good job, but there are some things you don't understand. I have to enter some formulas into the computer now. No, 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 I may be too late. She was a little anxious. Mom, why is it too late? Hope didn't understand. Janet said, last time I was lucky, I was entangled with him. I was able to leave a message, and I was able to transmit some energy when the tunnel reopened. But my energy is limited. The next time I want to come, it will take a long time to accumulate energy, maybe several years. What should I do? Hope was anxious. It doesn't matter, we can also study it, at most 2 years. No, 1 year. Dr. Pym is very confident in himself. But I don't want to wait that long. Janet said. Let me say something. Lao Wang interrupted helplessly. Let's continue the spiritual communication. I mean spiritual communication. That is, what you call entanglement. Yes, entanglement. Can't you just leave all the information in my mind? I'll tell them later. This method must be faster than typing, right? A word awakened the dreamer. Just do it. Lao Wang stood there for more than 10 seconds, suddenly reached out and touched Hope's face, leaned over and kissed him. I have told him the information, and he will tell you. I believe in you, little candy, you can do it. Hope was about to pounce and kiss Lao Wang. Lao Wang trembled all over, and his expression and eyes changed. She's gone. Pym hurriedly pulled Hope and looked at Lao Wang. Yeah, she's gone. Lao Wang breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if he had walked through the gates of hell. Because he suddenly remembered that there were cameras here, and Sky undoubtedly had the same highest authority as himself. As long as she wanted, she could see everything here. Wouldn't it be miserable then? I'll give you the information that Ms. Janet left behind. Lao Wang types quickly. 10 minutes later, those mysterious formulas and professional terms appeared on the computer. So that's how it is. Dr. Pym only took a few glances and felt that his mind was suddenly enlightened. Many things that he couldn't figure out before now had a way of thinking. Mom is indeed much better than dad. Hope couldn't help but sigh. You guys are busy. I have something else to do. Lao Wang didn't want to stay here any longer, so he turned around and left. Looking at Lao Wang's back, Hope didn't blink and didn't know what he was thinking. In an office in the Afterlife base, Sky, who was staring at the surveillance screen, snorted. Chapter 360 The Invincible Hulk, Part 3. New knowledge in quantum mechanics will inevitably speed up the development of quantum shuttles. As long as Ms. Janet can be rescued, it means there will be one more Dr. Pym, and the research process of quantum brain will also be accelerated. That is the ultimate goal of Lao Wang's work on this line. Lao Wang can't help in this regard, and he doesn't understand it at all. After getting Dr. Erkins's original super soldier serum, Simmons also needs manpower. Dr. Banner can't stay so long, and can only rely on Dr. Pym and Hope. I believe it won't take long to get it done. Maybe 3 to 5 months, maybe just 1 or 2 weeks. It was soon proved that the latter was just a perfect expectation, and the reality was much more skinny than expected. Half a month later, the Kree communicator light came on, and the voice of the Dwarf King Etri came from it. Director Wang, the armor you want, has entered the final debugging stage. You must bring the wearer here. I need his blood to make the body and soul fit together, so that the forged armor can perfectly fit him. This is truly tailor-made. There are so many things to learn. Why does it feel like Ganjiang and Moe forging swords? Aki, are you going to sacrifice Hulk? Lao Wang muttered and found Dr. Banner. What? Take me to outer space? That's fine. Let Hulk try the equipment? No, no. Upon hearing what Lao Wang said, Dr. Banner was 100 times unwilling, shaking his head like a rattle. There are still many places that need to be studied in depth about the super soldier serum. It can't be done without me, Simmons. I can't leave at this critical moment. How can I let a little girl bear such great pressure? Woo, woo, woo. Why say so much? Just follow me. Besides, I'm not taking you there. I'm taking Hulk with me. Lao Wang grabbed Dr. Banner's arm, opened the door to teleport, and then took a small combat spacecraft to Nidavellir. Is this Nidavellir in Norse mythology, the kingdom of dwarves? It's much more beautiful than I imagined. I thought all dwarves were mining underground. Looking at everything in front of him, Dr. Banner realized that he had lived for decades and had never seen the world. When he saw the Dwarf King Atri, who was almost twice as tall as him, he rubbed his eyes quickly, thinking that he was hallucinating. Are you sure you are a dwarf? If this is a dwarf, then what are we? Halflings or quarterlings among dwarves? We never said we are dwarves. We are the tallest in the 9 realms. You earthlings are dwarves. Etri snorted, obviously unhappy with this title. Your Midgard myths and legends actually call us dwarves. In fact, we are the most powerful in the 9 realms. If it weren't for the fact that we only like to build artifacts and don't like to mate, there would be only 300 dwarves in the whole of Nidavellir, and even Asgard would not be our opponent. Lao Wang. Reproduction is the animal instinct. You dwarves don't like it and don't contribute to the prosperity of the universe. Do you think it's reasonable? Forget it. Whatever you say, as long as you are happy. But it is true that the dwarves are the most powerful. They can pick up a 10-ton magic source ingot like a toy. Lao Wang suspects that in terms of strength alone, the Dwarf King Etri is even more hateful than Bronski. The other dwarves are also top-notch heroes, the kind who have been single for thousands of years without a wife. Not counting the bugs like Odin and Thor. If we only talk about melee combat, the dwarves might really be the number 1 in the 9 realms. Where is the artifact? Lao Wang asked. There. I pointed to the furnace not far away. Lao Wang leaned over to take a look. There was actually a pool of molten iron inside. And below, there were thousands of molds of varying sizes, each of which was engraved with different runes and magic circles. The craftsmanship of the dwarves was indeed not simple. Now I need blood, a lot of blood. I looked around. Where is the green monster? Didn't you bring him here? Yes, it's him. Lao Wang pursed his lips at Dr. Banner. Him? AICUI picked up Dr. Banner, looked up and down, left and right, and then looked at Lao Wang. The meaning was very clear. Do you think I'm blind? It's dawn, baby, it's time to get up. Lao Wang suddenly said. No response. AICUI was in a state of confusion. Is this man stupid? Disobedient, right? Lao Wang sighed. Lift your legs and kick. Bang. Dr. Banner flew backwards and hit the steel wall not far away. The next moment, his clothes burst and a green monster appeared. No. Hulk clenched his fists and roared at Lao Wang. Blood. Hulk. No. This kid is afraid of pain and doesn't want to bleed, right? Lao Wang had to look at Etsu. Is it okay to bleed in that state just now? Transformation? Schizophrenia? 2 personalities in 2 different spiritual bodies? Etsu shook his head. No. His blood is different in different states, and the spiritual will contained in it is also different. This armor is for him, not for the weak chicken just now. There was no other way. Lao Wang had to persuade patiently. Hulk, look, if you don't bleed, there will be no armor. Without armor, you can't protect yourself. If you can't protect yourself, you will get hurt. If you get hurt, you will bleed more. So if you bleed a little bit now, you don't have to bleed more in the future. Isn't it a good deal? Hulk. It seems to be quite a good deal. He struggled for several minutes before he stretched out his right hand and turned his head to the left, not wanting to look. Etsu found a knife and cut his wrist hard. After a crisp sound, the blade shattered, leaving no scratch on Hulk's skin. So hard. Atri frowned, found another sword made of Uru, and cut it again. It still didn't work. He jumped up and chopped hard, but he even shattered himself, and Hulk was not hurt at all. What a freak. Atri had no choice but to look at Lao Wang. Do you have any ideas? Yes. Lao Wang had thought about it a long time ago, smiled, and patted Hulk's thigh. The sun has set. Go to sleep obediently. Don't. Hulk muttered while shrinking rapidly and turning into a naked man. Xiaohang. Lao Wang shouted, and the crimson magic belt tied Dr. Banner into a mummy. Then, Lao Wang picked up Atri's Uru longsword and whispered, Drive Banner, you are an adult, you shouldn't be afraid of pain, right? While speaking, the longsword had already pierced his wrist artery. Dr. Banner felt so painful. He wanted to shout, but the crimson magic belt blocked his mouth and he couldn't shout at all. Tie him up. Lao Wang ordered, and then said softly, It's dawn, baby, why don't you get up? Roar. The Hulk reappeared. His muscles squeezed the Uru sword hard. However, the Uru was as hard as his skin, and was tied tightly by the Crimson Devil's band. No matter what, he couldn't squeeze it out, and it was still in the state of cutting the artery. Bear it, dear. Lao Wang clenched the sword, pulled it out suddenly, and stuffed a Uru steel pipe handed by Aki into it, and then guided it with True Ki. Green blood flowed, and under the influence of True Ki, it condensed into a ball in midair, getting bigger and bigger, and soon it was about the same size as a papaya. Is that enough? Lao Wang asked. Aki was stunned. There is such a trick. Hearing Lao Wang's words, he nodded quickly. You don't need so much, 1/10 is enough. Lao Wang. Why didn't you say it earlier? He quickly pulled out the steel pipe. Hulk, it hurts. Hulk rubbed the wound on the side, tears in his eyes. Although it healed in a blink of an eye, the pain would still be remembered by him for the rest of his life. If he hadn't been tied up, and couldn't exert his strength, and if he hadn't had a good relationship with Lao Wang, he would have gone berserk long ago. Just this once, I promise. Lao Wang promised. Hulk snorted and turned his head away, not wanting to see. You big brother is so bad, I don't believe it. On the other side, AICUI opened the furnace, pointed at the furnace and said, throw it in. Lao Wang snapped his fingers, and all of Hulk's blood was submerged in it. More blood wouldn't be a problem. The liquid metal in the furnace instantly boiled. After 10 seconds, the furnace collapsed, and the liquid poured into the mold. In a blink of an eye, it cooled slightly, and turned into parts. The red parts were still hundreds of thousands of degrees high, but AICUI said, put it on now. It can strengthen the connection between the armor and the owner, and make the armor more spiritual. Hulk. It's hot. No. Hulk stepped back quickly. Don't you want to become stronger? Think about it. When you put on this armor, no one can draw your blood, and the steel pipe can't be inserted into it, right? And what are you afraid of at this temperature? Lao Wang persuaded impatiently. While speaking, Lao Wang had already manipulated his true energy to stick the parts one by one on Hulk's body. A miracle happened. The red parts quickly cooled down, connected to each other, and turned into light green armor, covering Hulk's whole body. There were no rivets or leather, but dark green connecting bundles appeared automatically, which looked like some kind of magic, powerful and tough. There was no pain, because at this temperature, it was not hot at all for Hulk. The whole set of armor was colorful, with a simple and wild style, which was very consistent with the positioning of the Hulk. Wearing the armor, he was more like a killing weapon on the battlefield and the master of the arena. This is the invincible Hulk. Lao Wang sighed softly. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 361 Grandmaster, Part 1. The artifacts made by the dwarves all have unique abilities. Not only can they be transformed at will, but they can also disappear when not needed, and can be summoned at any time when needed. Just like the armor of Thor, Loki, and Sif. This is probably the special feature of the dwarf's skills. With a complete set of artifact armor and artifact sword and shield, Hulk's strength will definitely be greatly enhanced. Even if he faces Thanos' military fist, I believe he will not be without the power to fight back, and he can probably resist for a few more seconds. The armor itself has a certain self-repair ability. Whether it is smashed or chopped, it can automatically repair itself. Of course, it requires a lot of energy supply. It can absorb energy by itself, not so fast. At reintroduced, each component has special abilities, and the most important one is the helmet. It can protect the wearer's soul to a certain extent, and is immune to mind control, charm, etc. But there is an upper limit. Of course, it will definitely be no problem to deal with Loki, who is far worse than Frigga. I don't know if it can deal with a superstar. I haven't seen her. That's enough. The biggest problem was solved, and Lao Wang was in a good mood. The magic source ingot worth 20 grams of Azeroth's blood was forged by Eitri, mixed with a large number of other materials, and engraved with tens of thousands of runes. Its value has now increased by more than 10 times, reaching the level of an artifact. A complete set of artifacts is of course much more valuable than a single artifact of the same level. The value of this set of armor is even higher than the previous sword and shield. Even in World of Warcraft, such a complete set of artifacts is rare, and only a very few have the opportunity to own it. Thank you, Eitri. Lao Wang said sincerely. Don't forget your promise. Eitri reminded him. Don't worry. As long as you need it, I will come to help. Lao Wang promised again, and at the same time, exchanged a 50-ton magic source ingot and several other fist-sized metals. Too much. Eitri said. Even 10 times is not much. Your forging skills are worth far more than this price. If I were not poor recently, I could give you more. Lao Wang pointed to several other pieces of metal, and said with a smile, as for these pieces, they are also materials you have never seen before. They are similar to the magic source ingots. You can study them carefully. Maybe one day I will ask you to use them to forge other materials. I hurriedly leaned over to take a closer look. Harder, more powerful magic. Some have very special activity, it seems. Better than the magic source ingot? AICUI's eyes lit up. What are they called? It can't be said to be better. It can only be said that each has its own characteristics. This is sulfur iron. This is titan iron. These are the scales and teeth of the Black Dragon King. And the last one is also a magic source ingot. But because it is integrated with two strange powers, it has special activity. Lao Wang said, these things are too precious. I can't give you too much. Wait until you have studied them thoroughly, and ask me for them. If nothing goes wrong, they should be able to be used to create mid-level or even high-level artifacts. Sulfur iron is a specialty of the fire elemental plane. The Warhammer of Ragnaros, the Fire Lord, was forged with it, and it contains the power of the primordial fire. Titan iron is named after the Titans, and is the favorite material of some Titan Guardians. Many artifacts related to Titan Guardians are made of it, or better Titan steel. The scales and teeth of the Black Dragon King come from Deathwing after his death. The former is better than the scales of the Earth Guardian, and the latter is more precious than the former. The last one is the Source reinforced armor plate on Deathwing. Because it incorporates the power of the Earth Guardian and the old gods, it is stronger than the demonized Source ingots, and even so strong that it must be destroyed by the Dragon Soul. It also has extremely strong activity. Some of these materials are more expensive than the demonized Source ingots, and some are cheaper, but each of them can be used to create legendary equipment, which is what this world calls artifacts. The materials are not the most important. The most important thing is how to use them, and who uses them. The same Uru can create Loki's small dagger, Sif's sword and shield, Thor's hammer, and even the stronger Eternal Spear and Stormbreaker. Even the Eternal Spear and Stormbreaker can be created. The forging ability of the dwarves is top notch, even if thrown into the world of Warcraft, second only to the Titans, and almost on par with the Titan Guardians, the Dreadlords, and the Vikings. I believe that, if you only study carefully, you should be able to study these materials thoroughly. Lao Wang was looking forward to this day. After leaving Nidavellir, Lao Wang began a long period of cultivation. There were too many things to do during this period, and he didn't practice well. His cultivation has always remained at the Grandmaster level. To be honest, I feel sorry for Miss Azeroth and my own identity. You know, even if you don't count the previous 18 years of waste, it has been 3 years since he took back the Heart of Azeroth in 2008. He is still a Grandmaster in 3 years. When he first traveled to World of Warcraft, he was penniless and started from scratch. In 3 years, he has already touched the threshold of Grandmaster. Of course, there is a reason. When he was in World of Warcraft, he never thought about cultivating power or anything. With his passion for martial arts, he practiced hard. The energy density of World of Warcraft is far greater than that of the Earth in the Marvel Universe, and there are famous teachers to teach, so the progress is very fast. In this life, most of the time is spent on cultivating power, and there is really not much time for cultivation. It can only be said that there are pros and cons. He touched the threshold a month ago, and he was only one step away from becoming a Grandmaster. In his previous life, he was a real martial arts demigod. Of course, there is no bottleneck for a Grandmaster. It is nothing more than a slow grind. He practiced seriously, spending at least 18 hours a day, pushing most of the affairs to Sky and others, and basically in a closed-door stage. Thanos has set his sights on the Earth, and a war is coming. Ancient One gave up at this critical moment, and Lao Wang was under great pressure. The Master's cultivation is still too weak. Even the Hulk is no match for him in hand-to-hand combat. He must go further. The place where he is in closed door is the island, where the abomination Bronski is. For him, the operation of true ki and the perception of realm are not a problem. The improvement of cultivation not only depends on long-term hard and simple cultivation, but also requires high-intensity combat to temper the body. Only in this way can the body become stronger, the meridians become wider and tougher, and the acupoints become wider and more durable under the dual stimulation of true ki in combat, so as to accommodate more and more refined true ki. Of course, the abomination is the best sparring partner. Hulk will come over occasionally. Since he got the sword, shield and artifact armor, his desire to fight has been stronger than ever before. Unfortunately, there is no one on Earth who can fight, so he can only practice with Lao Wang. Unfortunately, Lao Wang still has a hard time dealing with him. That set of artifact armor is really strong, on the same level as Thor's armor, and can completely withstand Lao Wang's full strength attack. Moreover, it protects from head to toe, and even the eyes are protected by high strength magic goggles. There is no blind spot in all directions, which is too difficult to deal with. Most of the time, Lao Wang was abused, mainly because he did not try his best, did not use his soul and spirit, but only fought with strength to hone his body, and by the way, made Hulk happy, and forget the pain of drawing blood before. On this day, Lao Wang sat cross-legged in meditation. His true energy was running wild, and the sky was surging with wind and clouds, and thunder and lightning were raging. Suddenly, a thick lightning column fell from the sky, breaking through the 9 layers of dark clouds, and hitting Lao Wang's body. Electric snakes swam inside, and on the surface of his body, drilling into his meridians and acupoints. The long-lost pain was accompanied by the long-lost comfort, making Lao Wang constantly wander between heaven and hell. The wind swept, and sand and stones filled the sky. The tornado that penetrated the sky and the earth blew Lao Wang into the sky. Thunder and lightning fell from the sky. If you look from a distance, it seems that someone is going through a tribulation, and there is more than one person. The nameless fire ignited Lao Wang's clothes from the inside out and burned Lao Wang's hair. Suddenly, a burst of vitality emerged, and his hair regenerated like real gold, not afraid of fire. After peeling off layer by layer, his skin became as delicate as a baby and smooth as jade. Lao Wang opened his eyes. A purple lightning streaked through the sky. He stood in the air, clenching his fists. The sky and the earth changed color and the wind and clouds surged. The power of thunder was strong, but contained in his body. The true energy, that was 10 times stronger than before, was hidden in the meridians, acupoints, and even every cell. Lao Wang clenched his fists. It fell from the sky. Boom. With a loud bang, a huge hole several dozen meters deep appeared. The earth was torn apart, even spreading to the sea surface a few kilometers away. The turbulent sea water poured back, and the small isolated island was torn apart. Hateful Bronsky was stunned. Suddenly, a water dragon came out of the cave, and Lao Wang, wearing a suit of clothes, stepped on the dragon and stood. Wind and thunder followed. Water and fire coexisted. It was so comfortable. Chapter 362, Fulfilling the Promise, Part 2. Meanwhile, at Kunlun Holy Mountain, after finishing his weekly trip around the world, the dragon Xiao Lao returned to his cave and continued his life. The earth is so small, and he has lived for so many years. In fact, he has already traveled all over the world. However, the changes in recent years have been so great that he no longer recognizes it and is not even very adaptable. The dragon can hide and appear, can be big or small, and is proficient in the art of change. He can change into any form. In ancient times, he turned into a human to play in the world more than once. He has been a general and a servant. He has also been a chivalrous man and occupied a mountain as a king. He has basically done all 360 trades. However, modern society is really different from what he imagined. Girls don't like strong men. Instead, they pursue those tender and effeminate young men, which makes him feel that the world is declining and people's hearts are not the same as before. Although he was a scholar, the scholars at that time could recite poems and paint, and they could also fight in battle. They looked thin when dressed and had flesh when undressed. It was really impossible to make him look powerless. Kunlun people are still good looking. Xiao Lao licked his lips after taking a look at those burly peasant women. Suddenly, Xiao Lao felt something in his heart. Strange, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth seems to have changed a little. I even feel a slight change in the law. What happened? Someone has passed the tribulation? It looked up and looked outside Kunlun. Kunlun belongs to another space. Although it is connected to the earth, it is essentially separated. Therefore, it is not very sensitive to the changes on the earth. Even if it goes to the earth now, it will be useless, because the changes have been completed, and there is no possibility of key sensing. Very strong changes, even affecting Kunlun. Xiao Lao thought seriously, and found that he still couldn't figure it out. He shook his head and his eyes were attracted by another mountain. Thousands of lightning bolts fell from the sky, and a man with a naked upper body went up to meet the lightning, and fought against the sky and the earth. TSK, under the key sensing, the guy Lei Gong finally broke through. Xiao Lao was a little relieved. He watched Lei Gong grow up. In terms of talent, understanding and perseverance, he would be at least in the top 100 among all the Kunlun people in history. If it weren't for the decline of Kunlun and the lack of famous teachers, he should have broken through and become a Grand Master 200 years ago. Now it's 200 years late, but the foundation is more solid. At least Lei Gong can comfort himself with this idea. Thanks to the energy essence given by Wang's odyssey, Xiao Lao thought. When he thought of Lao Wang, he remembered another thing. That kid said he would help me restore my dragon cultivation. It's been so long. Why hasn't he made any progress? It's too much. Xiao Lao was so quiet that he suddenly thought about going out for a walk and walking around Wang's Zio's territory. I heard that he set up a company and became a director of a department. Otherwise, let him move his butt and give me those 2 positions. Just thinking about it, Xiao Lao's face changed again. Lei Gong, carrying the rolling thunder power that had just broken through, actually flew to the Jade Emperor's courtyard. Haha, the Emperor takes turns. Next year it will be my turn. Jade Emperor, it's time for me to take your place. Just concentrate on your cultivation. You can't beat me with the same cultivation anyway. As soon as the voice fell, a green dragon came up from the bottom, slapped Lei Gong into the cloud with one claw, and then slapped him into the mud with another claw. The next moment, a man in green stepped onto the cloud and came to the top of the green dragon. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked down. Whoosh! Lei Gong emerged from dozens of meters underground and looked at the Green Emperor in front of him in disbelief. Your elm is stable? Your cultivation is stable? How could it be so fast? I just broke through, and you also broke through? Do you want to let Lei Gong live? He is not greedy for power. Kunlun has only 100,000 people in total, and it is not easy to be the leader of such a small number of people. The main thing is that, if you become the Jade Emperor, you don't have to work, you don't have to take care of anything. Everything is done by Lei Gong, and you can just be a spiritual leader. How easy. Don't be the Jade Emperor anymore. Just continue to be the Thunder God. The Jade Emperor smiled slightly, with a hint of pride in his calm voice. You are not my opponent. Never. I only have one opponent, Grandmaster Wang. Thunder God. You are a Grandmaster with a stable realm and cultivation, and you have the nerve to compare yourself with a Grandmaster who has not yet broken through. Do you really have to be thick-skinned to be the Jade Emperor? Finally I can take revenge. This time I must give Grandmaster Wang a good beating. The Jade Emperor sighed softly. Otherwise, when he breaks through to the Grandmaster level, I will be the only one who gets beaten. The Jade Emperor was about to fly out of Kunlun, but his steps suddenly stopped. He looked up and looked outside Kunlun. Xiao Lao and Thunder God also looked over, one after the other, with a bit of solemnity and disbelief in their eyes. He also broke through, and earlier than us? It turns out that the previous key sensing was due to his breakthrough. It would have taken 10 years, but now it only took more than a year. I thought I was gifted. How could he have such a strong momentum? That's right, he is not an ordinary master. He has a Yuanshan that is no less than that of a god. His breakthrough released more Yuanshan power, thereby releasing more spiritual power. His current spiritual power probably covers the entire Kunlun mountain. No, the entire China, right? I was wondering why I suddenly broke through. It turned out that it was Master Wang. No, Grandmaster Wang who led me. I suddenly had a whim and had a lot of enlightenment. Even my cultivation was strangely stable automatically. I couldn't figure it out at first. It turned out to be related to Grandmaster Wang. Oh no, he came to find me. Lei Gong and Xiao Lao looked at the Jade Emperor with sympathy. Let you be arrogant? Let's see what you can do now. Without saying a word, the Jade Emperor turned around and flew back to the courtyard. A voice came into the minds of Xiao Lao and Lei Gong. You two, I have some feelings and need to practice in seclusion. Do not disturb me for 10 years. This time, Lao Wang did not teleport. The Grandmaster has always been regarded as a land immortal in China. He travels to the North Sea in the morning and Kangwu in the evening, with a green snake in his sleeve and a bold heart. His soul leaves his body and flies thousands of miles in an instant. Even if he rides the wind like the ancient Lizi, it is not a problem to travel thousands of miles a day. It is not difficult to travel around the world in one day. Lao Wang himself has the ability to control the wind element, so his flying speed is naturally faster. It only took less than an hour to cross tens of thousands of kilometers and arrived at Kunlun Mountain. He didn't even need to do anything. The Kunlun gate appeared automatically. Hey, Lei Gong has made a breakthrough? The Jade Emperor is in seclusion again. Wait, his spirit is contained within and not revealed. It seems that the Grandmaster's cultivation has been consolidated. It happens that I have just made a breakthrough, and I hate Bronsky not enough, so I go to the Jade Emperor for training. But before that, let's go see Xiao Lao first. The immortals on land are like real dragons. followed by wind and clouds, and in a blink of an eye they arrived at the holy mountain of Kunlun. Wang kid. Xiao Lao opened his dragon eyes wide, making old Wang drool. He swallowed his saliva. Then he heard Xiao Lao say with complicated eyes, "From now on, you are a real myth." Not yet. Land immortals can only be regarded as legends. There have been in every dynasty. There were more than one in the late Shang dynasty and early Zhou dynasty, the spring and autumn period and the warring states period, and the Tang and Song dynasties. There were even a large number of them. They can only be regarded as legends, not myths. Old Wang smiled. Dragons and immortals, like you, are the real myths. Even in the 6,000 years of Chinese history, there are not many. Xiao Lao rolled his eyes. Who are you trying to fool? You are immortal, right? Although I don't know why you were cast down to the mortal world like me. You are reincarnated, right? I am, but it's different from you. Old Wang was not interested in saying more on this issue. He flipped his hand to exchange for an eternal water bottle and threw it to Xiao Lao. I promised you, and now I'm fulfilling it. Xiao Lao's eyes widened even wider. Isn't this the thing that allowed me to grow directly from a dragon egg to a teenager? The energy level is higher than mine. The bottle was actually full. This amount of energy was definitely enough for a breakthrough. Chapter 363, King vs. Dragon, Part 3. Inhale. Xiao Lao opened his mouth and bit it. The eternal water bottle broke in his mouth, and then swallowed it into his stomach. A large number of auspicious clouds came with the wind, lingering the entire holy mountain, looking like the legendary paradise on earth. Xiao Lao took off with the wind, and flew to the clouds 3,000 meters above. He was strong in the rain, and grew taller in the wind. His dragon scales and eyes were shining. His increasingly powerful momentum and increasingly agile posture made the Jade Emperor in the courtyard and the Thunder God outside the courtyard envious. Look at yourself, then look at others. I have worked hard for hundreds of years to practice, and finally got the opportunity of Grandmaster Wang. Under the induction of Qi, each of them gained something. One stabilized the Grandmaster Realm, and the other broke through to the Grandmaster Realm, allowing Kunlun to usher in another glory after 1,000 years. Then what? That salted fish dragon who never went out of the door all day, except for eating and sleeping, never practiced, and lay there for many years. The result? It's been less than 2 years, and you've grown from an egg to a teenager. You're about to grow to adulthood, and regain your true dragon cultivation. You're truly a winner without any comparison. There's no harm without comparison. The two looked at Lao Wang, their eyes full of resentment. Lao Wang smiled helplessly. You can't blame me for this. Even if I got you an eternal water bottle worth hundreds of grams of Azeroth's blood, would you dare to drink it all in one gulp? You only dare to drink 1 drop a day, and it's useless to drink it. Your body is not strong enough. You've just started the transformation from mortal to immortal, and you're far from being able to withstand the impact of a large amount of high-level energy. Your soul can't control a too powerful body. Giving it to you would only harm you, so you'd better practice slowly. In the eye contact, strange phenomena continued above the sky. The wind comes from the tiger and the clouds come from the dragon. The dragon Xiao Lao was born as a Yinglong, and his vigorous body grew to nearly 100 meters. Compared with the immortal dragon that Lao Wang took from the underground of New York, which was only left with the dragon bones, he was only a hair's breadth away, and barely entered the adult stage. Even though his huge body was 3,000 meters away, it was still vaguely visible, attracting everyone's attention. 100,000 Kunlun people looked up and knelt down. The breeze in the sky was gentle, and the rain fell. The wind was howling and thundering in the higher places. All kinds of strange phenomena were consistent with the legend. The old people soon understood what was going on and exclaimed, "The dragon has appeared, and Kunlun will prosper." Kunlun was once glorious. The first generation of Iron Fist fought side by side with Agamotto, Odin, Black Panther and others, and saved the earth more than once. Wu Fengji, the strongest Iron Fist 500 years ago, also fought against the Phoenix fragments, and finally merged with it to save the earth from a catastrophe. Over the years, it has gradually declined, and there is not even a Grandmaster. Now that there are not only 2 great masters, but also Xiao Lao has recovered his divine dragon cultivation, Kunlun will surely prosper. For those masters, it is even more different. They can barely sense the changes in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. When Xiaolao traveled across the sky, the spiritual energy of the entire Kunlun rose a little. The connection between the divine dragon and Kunlun, and the induction between heaven and earth, let the unspeakable Tao lift a corner of the mysterious veil. The entire Kunlun was covered by Xiaolao's spirit. The vague induction of Qi made them sit cross-legged and practice seriously. This is a rare opportunity. Perhaps 1 hour of practice can be equivalent to 10 years at ordinary times. The 5 elders with the deepest cultivation in the Elder Council saw the hope of a breakthrough. The divine dragon reappeared, and the agile posture interpreted the mystery of martial arts. The spiritual coverage warmed the dry soul, and the induction of Qi led the flow of true Qi. While they were experiencing various changes, they pursued the trajectory of the true Qi, and the unity of heaven and man. Suddenly a purple thunder struck, and a burst of wild laughter spread across half of Kunlun. The next moment, Lao Wang heard faint sobs, and saw the turbid tears soaking his old face. 100 years of cultivation became their everything. When they were about to reach the end of their lives, they suddenly had a breakthrough, and reached the Grand Master level. The stronger body was rejuvenated with new vitality, and the more perfect soul released a spiritual storm. After the unity of heaven and man, the soul and flesh were united. Their lifespan was longer than before. Even if they could not see the hope of breaking through to the Grand Master level, they could stay in the world for hundreds of years. Isn't this the greatest happiness? This is one person's enlightenment brings prosperity to all the chickens and dogs. Xiaolao restored his Shenlong cultivation, and led them to break through to the Grand Master level. Even the entire Kunlun would be affected and blessed. One of the 5 elders broke through, and the others were also affected. Soon the other 3 also broke through. There was real crying mixed in the laughter. After a scream, the oldest and closest to death elder died. The elders' council was filled with mixed feelings of sorrow and joy. Lao Wang shook his head and sighed. He had long been accustomed to life and death, not to mention that the man had indeed reached the end of his life. He was unable to break through in the end, not because of his insufficient cultivation, but because of his exhaustion of vitality. It is fine to die in the evening after hearing the truth in the morning. There is no need to be sad, because this is a happy funeral. The wind was howling, and thunder and lightning were interlaced. Old Wang went up against the wind, and came to the clouds. With his right hand behind his back, and his left hand in front, he opened his palm, and raised his 5 fingers. This is an invitation to fight. Kamataj. The Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One was reading a book in the library. Baron Mordo suddenly rushed in, stopped and said, "Supreme Sorcerer, the Guardian of the Hong Kong Temple reported that 9 anomalies appeared in Kunlun Mountain. The defense network formed by the 3 major temples was triggered. Kunlun. A real dragon appeared in Kunlun." Ancient One closed the book, and a strange light appeared in his eyes. He really brought a lot of surprises to this world. Kunlun. Grandmaster Wang invited the dragon Xiaolao to fight, and there were only 2 people watching above the clouds. The Jade Emperor and the Thunder God. Only the Grandmaster can ride the wind. The 4 Grandmasters who just broke through can only catch the vague figures in the clouds on the ground, while others can hardly see anything. Lightning, rainstorm and clouds together blocked everything. Everyone wanted to know how the battle went, but they could only guess in their hearts. Most people certainly thought that Xiaolao would win. The gap between the Grandmaster and the dragon is the gap between the immortals on land and the immortals in heaven. This gap should be impossible to make up, until they heard a voice. Pervert. The thunderous voice passed through a distance of several thousand meters and faintly reached everyone's ears. The 4 Grandmasters looked at each other in great shock. Grandmaster Wang actually won. He defeated the dragon with his inferiors, and went against the immortals. He defeated Xiaolao with the Grandmaster's cultivation? How is this possible? The wind stopped, the clouds dispersed, the thunder and lightning disappeared, and the rainstorm stopped suddenly. Everything returned to its former state, but the holy mountain was very different. 4 people were sitting beside a newly carved stone platform. The Jade Emperor was in the east, the Thunder God was in the west, and Old Wang was sitting in the north facing south. To the north was an old man with white hair and beard, looking distressed. "Don't be sad, Xiaolao." Old Wang patiently comforted him. "Look, you haven't had a serious fight for at least hundreds of years, right? And since you were defeated by the first generation of Iron Fist, you have never recovered your Shenlong cultivation, right? In terms of physical strength alone, you are actually not stronger than me, right? The soul and spirit are similar, right? Our cultivations are different, but the nature of the energy we manipulate is similar, right? So it's normal for you to lose to me, right? Xiao Leo snorted and didn't want to talk. That's what he said. But a dignified Shenlong was defeated by a grandmaster. Do you really think I'm shameless? That, Xiao Leo. The thunder god suppressed his smile and comforted him with a stern face. Don't worry, no one saw you being defeated by Grandmaster Wang. When the time comes, I will say that you were just sparring and there was no winner. Get lost. Xiao Leo glared at him fiercely. Are you two not human? Besides, a win or loss means losing. Why don't you advertise that I won? The Jade Emperor looked up at the sky, pretending that he saw nothing and heard nothing. He was not Grandmaster Wang, so he could not defeat the powerful. He was the strongest in Kunlun before, so it was nothing to tease Xiao Leo. Now that Xiao Leo was the strongest, he dared not say anything. Otherwise, if Xiao Leo beat him up in public, would he still be the Jade Emperor? Humph, don't think I can't see it, because you are wearing a mask. Xiao Leo snorted. Your mental barrier is so weak, how could I not know that you are laughing secretly? Ahem. Old Wang stood up and said, our agreement is complete, and I should leave. Next, Kunlun will hold a banquet for 9 days and 9 nights to celebrate. Grandmaster Wang, why don't you wait until then to leave? Thunder God tried to persuade him to stay, and he wanted to continue to ask for advice. Ahem. Grandmaster Wang should stay. The Jade Emperor also tried to persuade him to stay, sincerely. Now that Xiao Leo was there, Grandmaster Wang would definitely not look for him to compete with him. Maybe he could see Grandmaster Wang beat Xiao Leo up again. How great would that be? We will never see each other again. Xiao Leo had a gloomy face. First of all, let me remind you that war will soon break out. If an enemy attacks the earth, China hopes you can take care of it. Lao Wang clasped his fists and saluted. If the battlefield is outside the earth, I also hope that Xiao Leo can join the battle. You two don't have to. Why? Thunder God was unhappy. Grandmaster Wang, do you look down on people? The war in space is dangerous and unpredictable. You are too weak. I don't want Kunlun to lose the Jade Emperor and Thunder God. Lao Wang explained. Humph. The two snorted coldly, but did not refute. Although the Grandmaster has the ability to survive in space for a period of time, it is only for a period of time, and the cultivation is still at the level of Ki. When you reach the realm of dragons/immortals, most of the strength is not the true Ki, but the primordial spirit, so you can naturally leave the earth and fly into space. This is one of the biggest differences between immortals and land immortals. Herbivores are good at walking, but stupid meat eaters are brave and fierce. Grain eaters are wise and clever. Gas eaters are gods and long-lived, and non-eaters are immortal and gods. Mortals eat grains and animal and plant corpses, and their lifespan is limited, and it is difficult to exceed 100 years. The immortals on land absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and enjoy 1,000 years of longevity. Immortals don't need anything, and are immortal for 10,000 years. Xiao Leo can be reborn after death. As for Grandmaster Wang, he is just a monster. There is no comparison. Since I came to this world, I have been worshipped as a totem by the Chinese. Of course, I have to take good care of them. You don't need to say more. If aliens really attack, I will deal with them. This world still needs an old man like me to protect it. Xiao Leo nodded. That's right, you are the guardian of the earth. You have lived longer than Ancient One and Odin. You are a witness to human civilization. You have seen the gods descend to the earth and the phoenix flying. Generations of kings of gods, supreme wizards, and black panthers have died, but you are still alive. You are the biggest winner and the real guardian. Lao Wang complimented from the bottom of his heart. The earth is mine, and the responsibility of protecting the earth is yours. A certain salted fish dragon obviously likes the feeling of being praised. After all, since it became a salted fish, few people praised it. The whole dragon was proud. China and the earth, leave them to me. Please, everyone. Lao Wang bowed deeply and walked away on the wind. Chapter 364 Quantum Shuttle, Part 1. After leaving Kunlun, Lao Wang continued to practice and consolidate his cultivation. Defeating Xiao Leo was nothing. After all, the opponent was not good at fighting, and he had just recovered his dragon cultivation. He was still a long way from his peak. He was only equivalent to the weakest wilderness demigod in World of Warcraft, similar to Cenarius. Such an existence was not without being defeated and killed by a legendary professional of a weaker level. It was normal for Lao Wang to defeat Xiao Leo. Cross-level challenges must be the norm for the protagonist. From now on, Lao Wang's body officially began to transform into a god, requiring a huge supply of energy, and entered a period of rapid growth in strength. A strong body can support a stronger spirit. Lao Wang's spiritual power can already exert nearly 1/10. Even without the artifact that amplifies the spirit, it is still stronger than the Lich King of the Year, and it is no problem to cover the entire earth. If he meets Loki now, even if the opponent has the Mind Scepter, he has the confidence to completely suppress him in the mental battle. As time goes by, when his cultivation gradually improves, and his Grandmaster Realm stabilizes, the spiritual power he can mobilize will increase. If he reaches the peak of the realm, I believe he can mobilize at least 1/5 of his total spiritual power, or even 1/3. Once he crosses the limit of earthly immortals and reaches the realm of gods, he can exert all his spiritual power. At that time, he will be the true guardian of the earth, and the position of the supreme mage Guyi can be replaced, and the dragon Xiao Leo is nothing. As for now, although the land immortals are mainly based on nourishing ki, they have begun to contact the cultivation of the primordial spirit, which belongs to the second realm of refining essence into ki, refining ki into spirit, refining spirit back to emptiness, refining emptiness into Taoism. On the one hand, they constantly cultivate true ki to nourish the body, and at the same time, they also nourish the soul. According to the normal cultivation process, at this realm, the 3 souls and 7 spirits are tempered, and finally transformed into the primordial spirit, entering the immortal realm of immortality. Lao Wang has crossed this stage, but the effect of nourishing the spirit will not change. In other words, in the previous 21 years, his cultivation has been constantly improving, but the primordial spirit is constrained by the flesh, and can hardly grow stronger. But now, he can finally further temper his soul, and see if he can go one step further. From now on, he must practice seriously, and not drink and sleep like before, and be lazy like Xiao Leo. In addition to practice, Lao Wang will also pay attention to the progress of scientific research. As time goes by, the progress of Shengen is accelerating, and there are new progress in the research of super soldier serum. There are more and more steel soldiers in Azeroth, and the quantum field has made a crucial breakthrough. Dr. Pym did not let him wait too long. 3 months later, a good news came. Quantum shuttle and quantum locator completed. Is it it? Looking at the large white cart in front of him, and the watch-like locator, Lao Wang compared it with his memory, and it was almost the same. This thing looks simple, but it actually contains a technological content far beyond the entire world. The materials alone include adamantium, vibranium, gold titanium alloy, and some precious metals exchanged from World of Warcraft. The technology is supported by Stark Industries. Not to mention that there are a lot of Pym particles that cannot be measured by money. If we have to calculate the value of this cart, quantum shuttle is far higher than the latest Mark 25, worth $1.5 billion US. Of course, the cost is not that high. 1 billion is enough. That's it. Hope looked at the quantum shuttle, obviously a little nervous. We have calculated many times. There will be no problem. We will open the quantum tunnel later, track the signal through the entanglement between Mom and you, and then use the formula left by Mom to calculate, determine the parameters, and input them into the quantum tunnel, quantum shuttle and quantum locator respectively. When the time comes, my father and I will drive to find Mom. Are you going, Director Wang? Hope turned his head and looked at Lao Wang, his big eyes blinking, obviously looking forward to it. Lao Wang pondered for 2 seconds. Unlike in his memory, the quantum shuttle in front of him is not just a driver's seat and a co-pilot's seat, but 2 rows of 4 seats, which can accommodate up to 4 people. Of course, if you have to squeeze, it's no problem to put 2 more. There are still many secrets in the quantum field. In his opinion, it is as wonderful as the time vortex in World of Warcraft, which is really attractive. In this case, why not go and see it together? Old Wang said. Great. Hope's eyes sparkled. If you go, our hope of success will be even greater. Director Wang can travel through time and space without the help of Ant-Man armor. If something unexpected happens in the quantum realm, there will be no problem with him. This is a double insurance. The only thing to consider is Sky's feelings. Anyway, she is not here. Pine looked at his daughter's happy look and felt sour in his heart. He couldn't help but snorted. It doesn't matter whether he goes or not. Your mother and I will definitely not go wrong together. Hope pursed her lips and smiled secretly, and Old One shook his head helplessly. Fathers in this world are all the same. They love their daughters when their sons go away, and they feel distressed when they see their daughters getting together with other men. The problem is that nothing happened between your daughter and me, so why should you? Let's get started, everyone. Simmons was not there, and the key was that it hadn't been done yet. Fitz, who had never been able to muster up the courage to confess, couldn't stand it anymore, and coughed to remind him. Okay, it's up to you next, Dr. Banner. Dr. Fitz. Hope first expressed his gratitude, and then opened the quantum tunnel. Very good, we have detected quantum entanglement, and found the data that Janet left in Director Wang's body. Now we are starting to locate it. Location successful. Let's go. Dr. Pime was in high spirits and sat in the driver's seat. Old Wang certainly would not compete with him. He put on his special armor and sat in the back seat. Dr. Pime patted the co-pilot and looked at his daughter. Daughter, sit here. Hope got in the car, sat next to Old Wang, fastened her seatbelt, and then said, Dad, that seat is for Mom. She must have a lot to say to you. Dr. Pime. What can't be said when you come back, but you have to say it while driving. The old man looked unhappy and snorted coldly. Let's go. He turned on the power, stepped on the accelerator, and held the steering wheel tightly. The quantum shuttle slowly drove into the tunnel and then disappeared. Somewhere in the universe, a desolate planet. Two people stood side by side. One was Loki and the other was a superstar. At this moment, Loki held the Mind Scepter in his hand, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and a wicked and sinister smile appeared on his face. He disappeared. He entered the quantum realm. Right now, I will make him fall into the time vortex and never come back. This is your business. I'm more concerned about the results of your experiment. The superstar said coldly. The master has given you so much time, and there has been no progress at all. You'd better be careful. What the master can give you, he can also take back. Who said there are no results? My spiritual projection is in 17 places around the world, controlling 382 scientists, and secretly arresting more than 1,000 people for experiments, and many have achieved results. I even found an opportunity to go to SHIELD, and absorbed a lot of energy from the cosmic cube. Well, it's not much. I don't know who absorbed the energy of the cube, leaving only a tiny bit. Loki raised his chin. One of the twins performed well. One absorbed the energy of the Mind Scepter and can control chaos magic and psychic abilities. The other absorbed a little bit of the energy of the cosmic cube and was extremely fast. Damn, if the cosmic cube had enough energy, he should have been faster. I hope everything goes as you said. Superstar didn't want to say anything more and didn't think highly of Loki. His master only ordered him to tell Loki a tiny part of the ancient knowledge. His control of the Mind Staff was not even as good as his own, let alone the master's. How effective could his experiment be? A person with special abilities created with a little bit of energy from the Mind Staff. Could his mental abilities be comparable to his own? Probably not even Loki's. What's the point? Just wait and see. Honorable daughter of Thanos, controller of psionic power, true owner of the Mind Scepter, Miss Superstar. Loki didn't dare to be too presumptuous and gripped the scepter tightly. I was not familiar with the Mind Scepter last time, so I was repelled by the immortal Iron Fist. This time I will mobilize more power of the Mind Scepter, and I hope you can help me. Together, we can definitely defeat the immortal Iron Fist. Your master wants to attack the Earth to seize the cosmic cube, and the immortal Iron Fist must be a strong enemy. He is also your master. Loki, don't forget your identity. If it weren't for your master, you would still be a stray dog without a home. Superstar looked in the direction of the earth and frowned. The Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One and the 3 major temples are all eyeing that place. If we go there now, something might go wrong. At most we will lose this part of our mental power, and it won't take long to recover. Loki's face was full of viciousness, but I must destroy the immortal Iron Fist. He caused me to lose Asgard and the opportunity to become king, and I will not let her go. Superstar, you helped me this time, and I will listen to you in the future. That's what you said. The superstar nodded his chin. Let's get started. Chapter 365. Fight Again. Part 2. The quantum shuttle kept getting smaller and soon entered the quantum realm. Seeing the magnificent and fantastic scene again, Lao Wang was not surprised, but Paim and Hope were different. So this is the quantum realm. The two admired and sighed. Although they had heard Director Wang describe it before, it was definitely not as good as seeing it with their own eyes. Everything here is so wonderful, the incredible geometric shapes are full of mathematical beauty, and every shape in their eyes is a formula that can explain the mysteries of the universe. All these formulas add up to form the entire universe. But not long after, they couldn't say anything anymore, and felt that the whole person was not good, dizzy, and the brain was not working well. What's wrong with us? Hope hurriedly looked at Lao Wang. At this time, his father must be unreliable, and he could only rely on Director Wang. You have shrunk to subatomic size, and your brain has undergone a chemical reaction that is difficult to explain. In addition, the energy here is very special, and it has been eroding your brain and your will. If you can't adapt and absorb the energy here, you will be assimilated by the energy here, and eventually you will be completely lost, and can never get out again. Lao Wang explained. Then, what should we do? Hope was very nervous. She found that her thinking was even slower, and even speaking was difficult. I can't solve the changes in the flesh. Even if I use my true energy to protect your bodies, I can't solve the complex chemical reactions. But there is another way. Lao Wang suddenly hit Hope with a palm. The next moment, a miracle happened. Hope was still in the same place, but the other one floated in the air. I'm dead. Hope looked at her body, and then at Lao Wang. I haven't had a good relationship yet, and I'm dead now? Not dead, just knock your soul out of your body, and put it back in when everything is over. Now that there is no interference from the chemical reactions of the flesh, is your thinking much clearer? Lao Wang asked. It seems, yes. Hope nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that she's not dead. That's it. Lao Wang turned around and knocked out Dr. Paim's soul as well, releasing his mental power to protect it from being harmed by the ubiquitous quantum field energy, and then looked around. Ms. Janet doesn't seem to be here. The quantum shuttle finally stopped and landed perfectly. Lao Wang released his mind and found nothing. No one at all. The location is here. Dr. Paim took 2 minutes to adapt to the state of out-of-body experience, and then said, the time and space in the quantum field are constantly changing, and the probability field will have a large deviation every second. The longer the time, the farther we are from Janet. We must hurry. He looked at Lao Wang. Quick, use your locator to locate. We will follow, and we will definitely find Janet. The quantum field is too dangerous. It's better not to run around. Don't worry, I have other ways. Lao Wang waved his hand, pressed a button on the locator, and said, just wait here. I will find a way to notify Miss Janet and let her come to us. She has lived in the quantum field for more than 20 years, and is much more familiar with everything here than we are, so it will be safer. Can you do it? Dr. Paim expressed doubt. You can do it. Hope spoke almost at the same time, with a tone full of trust. The two looked at each other and remained silent. Looking at the direction indicated by the locator, Lao Wang released his spirit. He condensed his spirit into a line, so that he could detect farther. Not long after, Lao Wang sensed the connection in the dark. In the eyes of scientists, it is quantum entanglement, but in his opinion, it is the spiritual imprint left in each other's mind after spiritual contact, which exists beyond time and space, which is very wonderful and difficult to explain. Anyway, since it can be sensed, it can't be too far away. The mental power continued to extend, and finally saw the target. Miss Janet. A mental projection appeared, and Lao Wang smiled slightly. Come with me. Miss Hope and Dr. Pym are waiting for you. Your energy is stronger than I thought. Director Wang. It can actually exist beyond time and space, which is much better than me. Janet nodded. Thank you. Let's go. At this moment, Lao Wang's steps suddenly stagnated. What's wrong? Janet was very nervous. Did something go wrong with her daughter and husband? Dare to come. Are you tired of living? Lao Wang snorted and looked at Janet. Nothing. Just two jumping clowns. Please wait a moment. I'll be back soon. Quantum Mechanics Laboratory. Everything looks normal. 10, 9, 8. Fitz was counting down, and Dr. Banner's hand was on the button, ready to press at any time. No matter how much time has passed in the quantum field, they are always 10 seconds here. Just press it after 10 seconds. This is not time synchronization, but only the time required for both parties to get in touch with the locator and reposition. It cannot be short, but it can be longer. But it is better not to be too long, because the quantum tunnel consumes too much power, and it can't take too long. They are all ordinary people, and no one can see that two spirits have appeared next to them. TSK, human technology is really amazing. It can actually travel through time. If I hadn't stolen some information from Dr. Pym before, I wouldn't know it. Holding the Mind Scepter, Loki praised. Even in the field of magic, there are not many people who can master time spells. Even my mother Frigga, the most amazing witch in the history of Asgard, can only barely perceive the existence of the timeline, and can't travel through time at all. Honorable Lady Superstar, don't you think so? Humph. Superstar's face was not very good. Thanos himself is a first-class scientist in the universe. The technological level of the Dark Order is no worse than that of the Three Empires. As the sons of Thanos, they naturally understand some science and technology. Although she is not as good as Nebula, who is a cyborg, she is still a scientist, even if she is thrown into the Kree Empire. The technological civilization established by the human beings on Earth is not worth mentioning in her eyes. There are many such civilizations in the entire universe. Since following Thanos, the Dark Order has destroyed many of them, many of which are related to her. However, it is such a backward civilization that has produced many incredible technologies. The output efficiency of the vibranium reactor of Stark Industries has reached the first-class level in the universe. Even the Three Empires and the Dark Order are only more diversified in terms of pure energy. It is actually Dr. Howard Stark who can find isotopes from the cosmic cube. As for the Pym particles, discovered by Dr. Pym, it is even more incredible. Even the owner will be amazed when he knows it. Strange. Isn't it just an ordinary surface civilization? How can there be so many amazing discoveries? How crooked is the technology tree? Time travel. Even the Dark Order and the Three Empires couldn't do it, but a mere surface civilization actually did it. If he could get the relevant knowledge of Pym particles and present it to his master, it would be a great achievement. The supergiant felt warm in his heart. Don't stand there. Get started, said the supergiant. She was worried that something might happen if time went on for a long time. Although the Supreme Sorcerer and the three holy temples could not find them with the power of the Mind Scepter, it was only in theory. Who knew what incredible abilities the old man who had lived for hundreds of years had mastered? I prefer cat and mouse games, which is more interesting. Loki stopped talking halfway. He stared blankly ahead. Less than 10 meters away, a mental projection walked out of the quantum tunnel and appeared in front of him. It was extremely solid and looked like a real person. Immortal Iron Fist. Loki was extremely shocked. He relied on the power of the Mind Scepter to project his mind across countless light years, but the other party projected from the quantum field to here with his own strength, which was equivalent to crossing a dimension. And the mental projection in front of him was even more powerful than himself and the supergiant combined. The surging spiritual power directly enveloped the two of them. Everything in front of him changed. It was no longer the previous laboratory, but a chaotic and empty place. This was the spiritual world of the immortal Iron Fist. And all of this happened without him noticing. How did he do it? It seems that the last injury has healed. Lao Wang snorted, his tone cold. Then, this time it will be more serious. As soon as the voice fell, he transformed into a giant spiritual dragon and pounced on the enemy. Chapter 366, Age of Ultron, Part 3, Quantum Realm. Janet identified the direction and kept moving forward. Director Wang, who should have been by her side, had disappeared. It was strange. Although Director Wang asked her to wait where she was, it was kind, but she was not prepared to do so. Director Wang had Director Wang's ability, and she also had her trump card. After living in the quantum realm for so many years, if her experience was written, it would definitely be better than any movie or novel about time travel. The quantum realm is not just colorful, the secrets hidden here are enough for her to pursue for a lifetime. Every day and every second, she will face many dangers, and she is also constantly absorbing the energy here and studying everything here. She is making progress every day. Until now, she has figured out some secrets of the quantum realm and knows how to perceive the changes in time and space here and apply them to these changes in time and space. Although she is far away from her daughter and husband, as long as she uses the changes in time and space reasonably and takes the right path at the right time, she can achieve instantaneous spatial displacement. It is difficult to explain the truth in words. A place that seems to be just one step away may be thousands of miles away. The folding, stretching, collapsing and reconstruction of time and space are vividly interpreted here. Left, right, forward. I can already feel their presence. Yes, it's here. At this moment, Janet was stunned. Looking at the oversized white cart, the two people who seemed to be asleep in the car, and then looking at the two people floating in the air, Janet wanted to cry. You are dead. Hearing the familiar voice, Pine trembled all over and turned around with difficulty. Hope's mood was not as heavy as his, and she immediately turned around and floated in front of Janet. Mom? It's me, little Candy. Janet looked at her daughter distressedly. What's wrong with you? Director Wang took our souls out of our bodies to prevent the chemical reactions in the body from affecting our reason and perception. Hope explained, and then asked, where is Director Wang? Shouldn't he come with you? Janet did not explain immediately, but turned her head to look at her husband, her eyes full of questions. Dr. Pym smiled helplessly and gave a look. Janet understood. She rubbed Hope's head. He seems to be in trouble, so I came here first. Then will he be in trouble? Hope was very worried. The quantum field was so complicated, and Director Wang didn't understand anything. Will he fall into the time vortex? Although he successfully came back last time, it is not certain this time. Don't worry, he is stronger than all of us imagined. Janet said softly, his power transcends time and space, and the quantum field can't trap him. Hope was slightly relieved. The family had a lot to say. However, just after saying a few words, they saw Lao Wang appear in front of them. Director Wang. Hope was about to say something. Lao Wang waved his hand. Loki is here, and I beat him away. Let's go back. He stretched out his hand and patted the souls of the two into his body. Dr. Pym pressed the button, and the quantum shuttle quickly grew larger and soon came out of the tunnel. Everyone, the quantum field is too complicated, and time travel is very dangerous. Don't conduct research in this area for the time being. If something goes wrong, even I can't save you. Lao Wang said quickly. What we need to do next is to go all out, to study the quantum brain. Quantum brain? Miss Janet looked confused, and Dr. Pym hurriedly explained. So that's how it is. Using quantum operation to simulate human spiritual will, although it is still a little worse in essence, it is already another kind of life. Janet's eyes lit up. It's a very interesting topic, much better than Pym particles. Humph, Pym particles are the most amazing discovery in the world. Dr. Pym was not convinced. It's also the most dangerous, dear. Janet said, if it goes wrong, the whole world will be destroyed. Quantum brains are safer. You only need to issue accurate and effective commands during programming, and set unbreakable rules, such as not violating the master's orders, and not doing things that harm humans, and there will be no problems. Pym immediately argued, you left early, and haven't watched the movies and novels in recent years. Robot rebellion is one of the main ways for humans to be destroyed. Moreover, quantum brains are different from ordinary computers. Part of its algorithm is chaotic, which means that it can learn autonomously like humans, has infinite possibilities, and can break any rules. What? When I was away, you actually had time to watch movies and novels instead of spending all your time studying the quantum field and saving me. Janet was angry. Dr. Pym was stunned. We are discussing science here. Why are you like this all of a sudden? Okay, you can talk about this later. Lao Wang interrupted helplessly. Ms. Janet, Pym particles are very dangerous. I will never force them or interfere in any way, but I hope that when needed, you can contribute some of them. Our enemies are very powerful, and humans and the earth are facing destruction. Don't treat me as an old stubborn young man. Dr. Pym now disliked Lao Wang and looked proud. When I saved the world, you were not born yet. See, Director Wang said so. Janet was complacent and had the upper hand in the argument with her husband, which would determine her future status in the family. Drive Pym, I don't think the quantum brain is necessarily as dangerous as you think. Lao Wang said, human beings themselves are the most amazing. No matter how much robots evolve, can they be stronger than the Hulk? Can they be stronger than Thor? Can they be stronger than me? Yes. Dr. Pym said firmly. Lao Wang, why don't you give me face? Do you still want to mix? Lao Wang sighed. If humans abandon emotions, they will definitely develop faster than they are now. Even if robots evolve and have autonomous consciousness, it means there are flaws. Being able to break through human constraints because of the chaos algorithm will naturally lead to other errors because of the chaos algorithm. Free will itself is imperfect. If you want to get to this point, you must pay a heavy price. Humans don't want a new intelligent race to appear. Dr. Pym said. Don't you Europeans and Americans always think that God created humans? God can create humans, so why can't humans create mechanical life? More importantly, Lao Wang sighed, it's not that humans don't create it. There are many mechanical civilizations in the universe. Some roads must be taken. It's difficult to skip those stages. That's right. The more Janet looked at Lao Wang, the more she liked him. Director Wang is right. Dr. Pym. He really didn't know what to say. Turning his head to look at Hope, he found that his daughter had no intention of helping him at all. He suddenly felt that life was meaningless, lonely, cold, and a failure. Janet ignored him and looked at Lao Wang. Director Wang, the quantum brain will definitely be the most remarkable breakthrough for mankind in the 21st century. It may even create a great life group. It should have a resounding name. Lao Wang thought for 2 seconds. Ultron. Chapter 367 Loki's Global Experiment. Part 1. Human beings have faced many crises in history. Nuclear weapons threats, virus threats, wars again and again. All of these are like poisonous snakes in the bushes, ready to rush up and bite you at any time. Compared with these crises that have already occurred, the robot crisis, which is currently only in people's imagination, is nothing at all. What's more, this is the Marvel world. Those famous superheroes and supervillains have the possibility of destroying the world, not to mention that there are so many advanced alien civilizations. The Earth is so tiny in the universe that it can be destroyed by a star destroyer. In this case, whether to vigorously develop robots is actually an obvious question. Human beings cannot stop eating because of choking. The only thing to do is to minimize the danger as much as possible in the process of development. The reason why Ultron tried to destroy the world in Avengers 2 was that the mastermind behind it was Thanos, because he had the Mind Scepter and the consciousness of Tony, Dr. Banner, and Jarvis combined. Ultron is like Tony's child. His thinking mode is exactly the same as Tony's. If a simple-minded person provided consciousness, such as the future Spider-Man, there would probably be no messy problems. Tony's idea itself is not wrong, but unfortunately there is a pair of eyes staring at him. That is Thanos. The real owner of the Mind Scepter is Thanos. The Mind Stone is the first Infinity Stone he got. It has been polished and polished. How can it be so easy to deal with? Lao Wang's Ultron plan is to create a quantum robot army to protect the Earth. This idea is exactly the same as Tony in Avengers 2. As long as it is not related to the Mind Scepter, there will naturally be no big problems. The most important thing is that Lao Wang does not plan to create a large number of Ultrons. One is enough. Of course, this is a later story. The quantum brain will take a long time to complete. There is plenty of time to explore how to control Ultron. With so many top scientists working together, I believe there will be a solution. And now, Lao Wang has more important things to do. Loki has mixed up with Supergiant and is holding the Mind Scepter in his hand. He is obviously more difficult to deal with than before. Although I have severely injured him, it won't take long for him to recover. That guy has probably already attacked the Cosmic Cube or the Cosmic Cube research base. His purpose is nothing more than to use the Cosmic Cube to open a portal so that he can avoid the Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One and the 3 major temples. The portal must be opened, but it cannot be opened by Loki. It should be opened by me. Now I have this ability. Unfortunately, the Earth is not ready yet. It will take a period of peace. I must create this peace. The intuition of demigod tells me that what Loki is going to do is not that simple. The appearance of Supergiant is obviously because of me. I have changed the difficulty of seizing the Cosmic Cube and attacking the Earth from difficult mode to hell mode. Then, with Thanos IQ, he will definitely make changes. If I were him, what would I do? Lao Wang thought seriously and quickly came to a conclusion. Either ignore it for the time being and wait until Ancient One and Odin are dead, and then send a large army to attack the border directly, just like in Avengers 3, relying on absolute power to seize the Cosmic Cube and other artifacts. Or, they could find a way to sneak into the Earth and cause trouble. If it was the latter, Loki, the god of trickery who was familiar with the Earth and the 9 realms, was obviously the best choice. He has the scepter of the mind. He can completely control the top leaders of various countries to launch nuclear bombs and cause the Third World War, but he probably won't do so. Thanos wants to get the Cosmic Cube, and Loki wants to be the king of the Earth, the king of Asgard, and the king of the 9 realms. Their goal is not to destroy. As an executor, Loki certainly doesn't want to cause a nuclear war, otherwise most people will die. What's the use of the Earth for him, and how can he enjoy the fun of being the king of the gods? Besides, it's not that simple to launch a nuclear bomb. There are many processes. Any abnormality will arouse vigilance. Human wisdom should not be underestimated. Loki doesn't have the ability to control too many people at once, and he knows very well that, unless there is a nuclear war, it is meaningless to control more people. It is better to develop an elite route. Either control the existing superheroes and turn them into supervillains, or create supervillains yourself. Whatever he wants to do, there will be clues. Lao Wang sorted out his thoughts and said immediately, "Dun Huang, contact Sky immediately." Calling Sky. Call failed. Failed. Lao Wang was puzzled. Why? Because you have been blacklisted. Lao Wang's voice rose 8 degrees. What? I was blacklisted. Why? Could it be? Is it because of hope? Sky must have been monitoring in real time, or retrieved the surveillance video at that time. It is most likely the former. This matter is difficult to handle. She knows Sky's personality too well. She is definitely not a soft and cute girl. She is a leader. When she is stubborn, Ten Xiao Lao can't pull her back. She is one of Lao Wang's favorite types. Lao Wang wanted to explain, but after thinking about it, he decided to forget it. The success rate of reasoning with an angry woman is almost zero. It is better to apologize directly and then draw a clear line with hope. This is not right. There is nothing between us. Why should we draw a clear line? Lao Wang sighed. This matter is more difficult than breaking through the realm. He couldn't figure it out, so he simply didn't think about it. Dun Huang, you contact Wukong, Adam, and Eve, mobilize the world's network resources, and help me investigate all abnormal events in the world, especially those special ability people, powerful people, and scientists. Analyze their personalities and behavior habits, and see if there is any disharmony during this period. Lao Wang ordered. With the 4 quantum computers working together, the whole world has no secrets for him. As long as he wants, every call made by the US President or the British Prime Minister, every text message sent, can be seen at the first time, but there is no need for this. It shouldn't take long to figure out what Loki wants to do. Lao Wang is very confident in his own quantum computer. Sure enough, less than a day later, a large number of pictures, videos and text materials appeared in front of Lao Wang. After reading carefully, Lao Wang understood something. Most of the special ability people are not abnormal, and their style of doing things is the same as before. Those who should hide their identities, and those who should kill and set fire to people kill and set fire to people. But there are some problems. Let me take a look. He was in St. Juan, but his mental power swept the world directly. He found those people according to the coordinates given by Lao Wang, and soon found that there were a few of them whose mental state was not right. Being controlled by Loki's mental projection, will it be convenient for them to cause trouble in the future? Lao Wang was too lazy to deal with such a small-time special ability person, so he might as well leave it to his subordinates to train. Notify Ghost Rider and others to arrest these guys. Lao Wang ordered. Talents who make mistakes are also talents, not to mention that most of them are still good in nature. As long as they can break Loki's mental control, they can still contribute to all mankind. It just so happens that the Bureau of Divine Sticks is short of people, and these people have criminal records, and it is not easy to throw them out, so they are simply absorbed. Daredevil and others will definitely listen to his orders. As for Ghost Rider, or the Spirit of Vengeance who is still competing with him for dominance, that guy has never had the habit of leaving anyone alive. He is a complete anti-hero. He has a good relationship with Daredevil, Black Sky, Punisher and others, and he is quite to Hulk's taste, and they often play together. I don't know who will be so lucky to run into him. Lao Wang continued to browse. More than 300 scientists behaved abnormally. They all resigned in less than a month and joined 12 laboratories around the world, working in 17 different places. Moreover, the content of their work was kept secret. Not even their families were told. These scientists cover various fields such as high-energy physics, nuclear physics, genetics, cytology, etc. Many of them are under the surveillance of SHIELD and the Bureau of SHIELD. Their experiments may make important contributions to human progress or cause devastating harm. Lao Wang knocked on the table and said in a deep voice, "Show the coordinates." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 368 Quicksilver, Part 2. Or three-dimensional panoramic view of the Earth appeared, with 17 points marked on it. Let me take a look first. He scanned it mentally, and found the 17 places. Smart, all disconnected from the internet for a search. No contact with the outside world. Let me see what you are researching. Half an hour later, Lao Wang looks strange. The regeneration laboratory. The main research direction is to transplant the regeneration ability of animals to humans. The purpose is to let those who are missing arms and legs regain a new life, and at the same time, can also comprehensively improve human physical fitness. Is it one of the alternative plans for the US government's super soldier plan? The Arthropod Research Institute mainly studies the living habits and genes of various arthropods, and integrates genes of different species. At present, it has cultivated super ants, super mosquitoes, super mantises, and super spiders. Hey, this is actually a fish that slipped through the hydronet and is conducting cruel human experiments. Why does it look a bit similar to the biochemical soldiers of the Chitauri? And this, all. And Lao Wang's face became more and more solemn. All scientists have traces of being controlled by the mind or mentally suggested, which should be the work of Loki, especially in those places, controlled by the remnants of Hydra. Many people were imprisoned. Almost everyone had undergone human experiments, and some even had special abilities. Can you make a big fireball? Can you make ice? When excited, reptile scales cover your body, and even your bones and muscles change. You have infinite strength. Why do you look so much like a lizard? Hair all over your body. Atavism experiment. Possess a weak telepathic ability. This one is stronger. It can enter other people's dreams and create nightmares. And this one can control others mentally. Lao Wang pulled the corner of his mouth. Many experiments are related to the spirit and mind. Loki is actually using the mind scepter to conduct human experiments. Why does this matter seem more and more familiar? He continued to scan and soon froze. This place actually has very strong mental fluctuations and magic fluctuations, as well as spatial fluctuations. No, my mental thread is destroyed. Lao Wang's face was solemn. He immediately activated the Heart of Azeroth and teleported thousands of miles away. in the dense forests of the Republic of Sokovia, the Hydra base that had long been destroyed. Now it has been reactivated and protected by a strong magic. Outsiders have no way to find out the abnormality. If they want to get close, they will involuntarily avoid it. It is more powerful than the Muggle repelling charm in Harry Potter. Even the radar detection and infrared detection on the technology side can't detect anything. The energy here is too introverted. Any detection method on Earth doesn't work. Dunhuang, Wukong, Adam and Eve also discovered the abnormality through massive data analysis. A powerful energy barrier involves the space field, and a strong illusion involves the spiritual field. From the outside, it seems to be in a state of desolation. Lao Wang observed carefully and nodded slightly. Such a powerful illusion, even I was almost deceived. Apart from the Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One and Frigga, probably only Loki can do it. This is a pretty good evaluation. Loki is still very capable. Although he was beaten up by the Hulk in Avengers 1, he didn't even break his skin or bleed. His defense is probably not much worse than Hulk's. Moreover, he really played the whole Avengers with his hands and almost completed his great cause, becoming Thanos' guide. Although I always think of Loki as an ignorant kid, this kid is really legendary in illusion, and should not be underestimated. However, Lao Wang still thinks that even Loki may not be able to use illusion to deceive his mental scan. It is likely that he still uses the power of the Mind Scepter. The level of that thing is too high. Except for the cosmic treasures of the same level, even the Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One, Odin, and Heimdall cannot match it. Lao Wang still has some ideas. What destroyed my mental thread before was not this energy barrier, nor was it Loki's illusion, but a magic entity, or a wizard, a very powerful wizard. What kind of monster did Loki create? Lao Wang took a step forward and came to the barrier. Then he raised his left hand and clenched his fist. Boom. He punched out, and then there was a loud noise. The golden dragon shadow flashed by, and the entire energy barrier was like a bubble hit by a steel hammer. It exploded with a bang and disappeared. The castle, which had been repaired long ago, appeared in front of him. At this moment, a large amount of munitions poured towards Lao Wang. Machine guns, rifles, self-propelled artillery, ground-to-ground missiles, laser weapons. This is simply a bunker comparable to a small military base. Thousands of bullets poured towards Lao Wang. Although the time was too short and the opponent might not even know who he was, it was obvious that the one who could break through the barrier of the Mind Scepter must be the most terrible enemy and worthy of being treated with all weapons. However, it was useless. The golden light condensed outside the body, and the monk's skill golden bell cover blocked all attacks. Lao Wang strolled leisurely, just like strolling in his own back garden. Leisurely. More than 1,000 armed element. This force is even stronger than before. Loki has gathered a lot of people. Could he have brought all the remaining forces of Hydra? Just right. Catch them all in one fell swoop. Lao Wang released his spirit and formed a mental storm. A few seconds later, all the members of Hydra fell to the ground and were unconscious. Finally, it's quiet. He continued to walk forward, came to the gate of the castle, and used his fingers as a knife to cut off the iron lock and push the door open. It was the same as before it was destroyed. Nothing changed. He soon saw the pieced together mechanical armor, many of which came from the Azerothian soldiers. It was obviously collected by the Hydra element through various means, and they were also assembled. As for the effect, all I can say is goblin technology is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Not far away, there are still many arms with the logos of Hammer Industries, Stark Industries and Azeroth Industries. I didn't expect that the remaining members of Hydra are still big customers of Azeroth Industries. I don't know how much they have contributed to my wallet. Another room similar to a computer room was filled with instruments with the logo of Azeroth Social Network Company on it. It was actually a framework server with relatively good performance, which could support thousands of people online at the same time. It cost more than 80 million and was sold for 200 million US dollars. It was probably bought by Hydra to train soldiers and conduct virtual experiments, and the investment was not small. Suddenly, a silver phantom rushed towards Lao Wang. Chapter 369 Scarlet Witch, Part 3. What a fast speed. Lao Wang looked up. It was a young man who looked a little old, about 20 years old, but his body was much older than his peers. It seemed that his metabolism was too fast, but his vitality was not strong enough, and he had not completed the corresponding transformation at the genetic level, so that even his hair was turning silver. Is this the rhythm of young people with white hair, early death and early reincarnation? He was very fast, even faster than a yo-yo, far exceeding the speed of sound, about 20 times the speed of sound, 6 or 7 kilometers per second, about the same as the current mainstream intercontinental missiles, and almost comparable to the proud Quinjet of S.H.I.E.L.D. But for Lao Wang, it was obviously not enough. The silver-haired young man had a bit of teasing on his face, and seemed to not take himself seriously at all. This made Lao Wang feel like a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger, although the other party was not a calf, and he was not a tiger. Quicksilver? Interesting. Such a fast speed is indeed worth being proud of. There is no martial arts in the world that cannot be broken by speed. If the speed reaches a certain level, it does give people an illusion of invincibility. The reason why it is called an illusion is that there are actually many ways to deal with it. The Flash is not invincible. For Lao Wang, the speed of the man in front of him obviously cannot reach a certain level, and it is even worse than in his memory. It is really nothing. He smiled at the man. The smile itself is very gentle and friendly. Since he recognized the other party, Lao Wang did not regard him as an enemy. He was just a young man who had suffered misfortune. He was willing to give everything to become stronger and take revenge. Such children lacked a lot of education in the process of life. If they are well educated and trained, they can definitely contribute to the development of science and technology and human progress. But in the eyes of the silver-haired young man, Lao Wang's smile was full of irony. His speed was too fast, but the other party could smile at him in a very short time. This not only requires strong visual ability, but also requires developed muscles and nerve reaction speed. Ordinary people can't do it, so who is he? No matter who it is, you can see me, but it doesn't mean you can catch up with me or avoid me. The silver-haired young man was like finding a fun toy, but now he was angry, and decided to deal with this guy who mocked him. He had no interest in killing or hurting anyone, but at least he should teach them a lesson. He clenched his fist and smashed it towards Lao Wang. At this moment, he saw the slightly fat guy raised his left hand and grabbed his fist very gently and accurately. The silver-haired young man was extremely shocked. This man, not only could he see him clearly and laugh at him, but he could also catch up with his speed. No, he is faster than me. How could there be such a fast real man in this world? Petro. Lao Wang was about to say something. Suddenly, a great woman wrapped in red came behind him. The crimson energy followed the swaying fingers and entered Lao Wang's mind, and everything around him changed instantly. Is this my home? This is a small village in the south of Pengcheng, with 3 tiled houses and a low courtyard, 2 adults and 1 child. This is the oldest and deepest memory, the first home and 3 lives. He was born there, grew up there, and then flew away like a bird leaving its nest, but when he came back, he found that his home was gone. Rural areas are not cities. Demolition is always a loss for ordinary people. A house of more than 400 square meters can only be demolished and rebuilt in exchange for about half of the area. The homestead has been exchanged for real estate. Before the house is built, I became homeless and could only find a way to rent somewhere else. But now, it has not been demolished. It is still there. Not only the house is there, but also the people. The scene switched at a very fast speed, and soon it came to 10 years later. Lao Wang looked around. Everything was broken and shabby. The roller shutter door of the east room had been removed, and there was nothing in the bathroom on the west. Many things had been emptied, and more things were piled in the yard. Several people were moving cabinets, beds, and tables onto the Mazda. It has not been demolished yet, but it has to be moved. This is the most impressive scene before the time travel. The picture flashed by, and the scene was rebuilt. It is no longer a rural area in the 21st century, but an exotic martial arts field. Under the guidance of the head coach, the panda monks practiced martial arts in an orderly manner. In the distance, there were some older monks who were sitting cross-legged in meditation, or looking at the sky and the sea. An obviously very old panda walked slowly with a cane. Every step is a year. Every sound is a ring of years. Master Shangzi, After 10 years in World of Warcraft, the person who impressed Lao Wang the most was not King Varian, Jaina, Thrall or the Three Sisters of Windrunner, or even Lao Chin or Lily, but Master Shangzi. This is Shangzi's martial arts training ground. He spent the first year of his arrival in that world here. He adapted to life here, learned martial arts here, discussed Taoism with Master Shangzi here, laid a solid foundation under his guidance, and then left here, to go out into the world. Like a teacher, like a father. A fat middle-aged monk with a broad mind came from afar, holding a wine barrel, with a loud and open voice. Why is there war? Why do autumn leaves fall? Nature cannot be taken away, and we also have doubts in our hearts. For whom do we hold our fists? Protect the country, and punish the evil, and the law of nature will naturally come out of the inner demon. The war will never end, and the disaster will not be extinguished. Why should we fight? Looking at the man, Lao Wang smiled. It was Lao Chen. He spread this passage in the other world. Lao Chen liked it very much. I don't know how he is doing now. Has he found a wife? Why should we fight? There are always many reasons to fight in life. For relatives, for friends, for culture, for the country, for the nation, for everything you are familiar with and unfamiliar with, in order not to be alone in the vast universe, and to have a companion when needed. The picture changed again, becoming a somewhat shabby orphanage. On that rainy night, Lao Wang, who was born by lightning, was picked up by Dean Li, and survived the loneliness and coldness. He lived until he was 14 years old. After Dean Li died, he left and began to live alone. 3 lives in 3 worlds, more than 50 years of time, flashed by. Then it stopped abruptly. The great woman in red showed surprise on her face. This man actually broke through her telepathy, and broke away from the illusion. His mental will was so strong. How could this be possible? No. This man did not seem to break through his telepathy by force. He did not even try to do it. It was that his ability could not control the other party's powerful spirit, just like a weak child could not control a huge aircraft carrier, and automatically collapsed under the heavy burden, so the other party was out of control. This was simply unimaginable. Is he still a human? The most important thing is, if what she saw was true, then the man in front of her actually had 3 completely different experiences. He seemed not to belong to this world. At this time, Lao Wang suddenly turned around and looked into her eyes. Chapter 370 Follow me from now on. Part 1. Wanda Django Maximoff. We finally meet. Do you really think you can manipulate my mind and control my spirit? Do you really think those memories and illusions just now were caused by you? No, I just didn't resist. It's just that many of those ancient memories have become blurred. I want to borrow your ability to awaken them, that's all. But I didn't expect that your ability is still too weak, and your mental will is too weak. Just seeing some pictures that you shouldn't see, you are distracted, and then you are defeated by the mental fluctuations brought about by my emotional fluctuations. What a pity. Why are you so weak? Lao Wang sighed. He really wanted to take a good look at his past. Those memories hidden deep in the deepest part were too many. People are the sum of social relationships. When social relationships are completely stripped away, the only way to prove that you once existed is memory, which is the most precious thing. However, Scarlet Witch is still too weak. Although she has incredible abilities, she is just starting now, and is still too weak. Weak and pitiful. Reciprocity. Now, let me see your spiritual world. Lao Wang stared into Wanda's eyes. His eyes were deep and mysterious, and there seemed to be a bottomless abyss and endless stars in them. Wanda had already fallen after just a subconscious glance. She completely lost her will, and fell into Lao Wang's telepathy, opening her heart, opening her entire spiritual world, and opening all her memories to Lao Wang. The happy times of childhood, the rebelliousness and stubbornness of a teenager, the accident caused by the missile experiment of Stark Industries, which led to the death of their parents, and made them orphans. The brother and sister lived a difficult life, and then participated in human experiments as volunteers, gained abilities, and now, everything was exposed, and she had no secrets in front of Lao Wang. What a poor guy. Lao Wang was about to do something, but his face suddenly changed slightly. A strange force began to affect his mind, trying to destroy his telepathy. He couldn't even see the source of this power. Just like the state in quantum mechanics, it was unpredictable and chaotic. Yes, chaos magic. Lao Wang's eyes narrowed. The Maximov siblings/brothers and sisters in different worlds have different origins. In some worlds, they are mutants, and in some worlds, they are ordinary people who have obtained ancient powers. In this world, their power seems to be born from the Mind Scepter. The Mind Scepter is not only inlaid with the Mind Stone, but also obtains a lot of energy from the Cosmic Cube, that is, the Space Stone. This has been confirmed by Lao Wang in the previous mental battle with Loki and Superstar. It is precisely because of the combination of the power of the two gems that Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver were created. Scarlet Witch has the power to manipulate the mind, which is obviously related to the Mind Scepter, and Quicksilver's fast movement ability is most likely related to the energy of the Cosmic Cube. Scarlet Witch's power comes from the Mind Scepter, so it is particularly powerful. Quicksilver's power only comes from the energy of the Cosmic Cube absorbed by the Mind Scepter, so it is much weaker than Scarlet Witch. So far, there are not many superheroes who have truly obtained the power of the Infinity Stones. Captain Marvel is one, and Scarlet Witch is the second. These two are the first tier superheroes in the Marvel universe, and the strength of any one of them is not inferior to Thor, who holds both Stormbreaker and Thor's hammer. Of course, although the energy contained in her body is no less than that of Captain Marvel, the Scarlet Witch at this stage can only control a tiny part of it. But it is already powerful enough. The Mind Stone is part of the Infinity Stones, a treasure of the universe level, and its level is even higher than the Spear of Eternity. With its power, the Scarlet Witch's energy level is even higher than that of Odin, the father of the gods, and of course, higher than that of Lao Wang. But, is it really like this? Maybe the Mind Scepter is just a key to open the secrets of a human body. Otherwise, how to explain Wanda's chaos magic? You know, this kind of magic is exactly the same as part of the power of God of Hate Zethorn. The scrolls left by Zethorn were constantly understood and explained by the wizards and demons of later generations, and finally compiled into a book, which is the Dark God book, that Lao Wang attached great importance to before. Even the Dark God book, which the Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One attached great importance to, is just an explanation of Zethorn's scroll. Zethorn's power can naturally be imagined. Chaos magic is at the same level as the Phoenix Force, and Wanda's potential is unimaginable. Just like now, her own spiritual power is still very weak, and her energy manipulation is at the kindergarten level, but just subconscious resistance can already fight against her own telepathy, which is not ordinary strength. If she is trained, what is Thanos, and even what are Odin and Ancient One? Chaos magic. Let me see how powerful you are. The essence of chaos magic is to create and annihilate matter, and modify probability. This power has nothing to do with the Mind Stone and the Space Stone, but is somewhat similar to the ability of the Reality Stone. If Wanda is given another 10 years, Lao Wang will definitely hide as far as he can. But now, why not give it a try? In Wanda's spiritual world, the Crimson magic power and the Emerald true energy are constantly fighting, constantly being born and annihilated, and occasionally more incredible phenomena will appear. All of this is related to modifying reality. It lasted for 2 minutes before Lao Wang finally stopped. When their eyes met, Wanda's face showed a trace of confusion. For some reason, she felt that the man in front of her was really attractive and trustworthy. Lao Wang smiled faintly, knowing that this was a unique ability of the Pandaren monks, especially the Grand Master, who was always in a state of unity between man and nature. Once the charm was released, almost no creature could resist it. More importantly, in the previous confrontation, Wanda's subconscious chaos magic destroyed a lot of his mental power. And because he had been in Wanda's spiritual world, many of these destroyed mental powers were integrated into Wanda's spiritual world, carrying Lao Wang's spiritual will, which was equivalent to leaving a spiritual mark in Wanda's heart. This way of spiritual fusion is much more intimate than physical fusion. You have me, and I have you, so in the subconscious, the two have become extremely close, as if there was an indescribable relationship in the previous life. Under normal circumstances, Lao Wang would not do this. This method cuts off part of his mental power from the root, which is a big loss. It takes a long time to cultivate it back. If it is used to deal with some powerful enemies, it may even be used by the other party to study his spirit and even use it as a basis to deal with him. He can't use it on ordinary people. The gain is not worth the loss, but Wanda is worth it. Of course, he didn't think of using it before. Everything was a coincidence. Follow me from now on. Lao Wang stretched out his hand, brushed his fingers across the witch's cheek, and asked softly, "Okay. Okay." Wanda looked into Lao Wang's eyes, and was completely immersed in them until a series of coughs sounded. "I say, are you still going to fight?" Quicksilver looked at his left hand helplessly, and then looked at the face of the man in front of him. A few minutes ago, his right hand was caught, and his sister seemed to have problems as well. He could only make a fist with his left hand and hit the other person's face at a frequency of 1000 times per second. What was the result? This guy's face was actually thicker than cowhide, and he couldn't be hit, no matter how hard he hit it. I have to say that my physical fitness is pretty good, but my hands are swollen, and the other party is not hurt at all. How can I fight? If you don't want to fight, can you put me down? Chapter 371 Loki's New Plan, Part 2. Deep in the universe, on a desolate planet, Loki's face suddenly changed. What happened? Asked the superstar. Just now, she sensed a strong mental fluctuation from the Mind Scepter. According to her understanding of the Mind Scepter, it seems that a part of the power of the Mind Scepter left somewhere has a problem. Recently, the right to use a Mind Scepter is in Loki's hands. That guy's projection has gone to many places, but the most is the Earth. What happened? Immortal Iron Fist. Loki spoke word by word, gritting his teeth. He destroyed the illusion world and energy barrier I built with the Mind Scepter. Destroyed my experiment. Destroyed my research base. Took away my test subject. I must kill him. What? The superstar's star-filled cloak emitted bright spots of light. He can break through the energy barrier built by the Mind Scepter? The essence of the Mind Scepter is the Mind Gem. This kind of power belongs to the highest level of the single universe. It should be impossible to break through. At least it should not be broken by a special ability person from a mere surface civilization. Could it be that the other party also mastered the ancient knowledge related to the Infinity Stones, or got the Cosmic Cube? The power of the two Infinity Stones cancelled each other out, so it was easy to break through the energy barrier of the Mind Scepter. I only mobilized a little bit of the power of the Mind Scepter, and I was the main caster. Loki had to explain, which dispelled the supergiant's vigilance. No wonder. You are so stupid. I gave you so much ancient knowledge, but your control over the Mind Scepter is still superficial. I'm so disappointed. The supergiant accused bluntly. If the Mind Scepter was in my control, then the immortal Iron Fist would have died long ago, and the Cosmic Cube would have been in my hands long ago. Tell this to the master. Loki snorted, his face ugly. My plan has been ruined. It doesn't matter. The supergiant was not optimistic about Loki's experiment. He didn't even bother to ask what kind of test products and what results there were. He thought it was just a small fight and useless. Even if the test subjects were obtained by the immortal Iron Fist, when her real body came to the Earth in person, a mental storm would destroy them all. It was just a small matter, and she could also humiliate Loki. She snorted and said to Loki, "What are you going to do next? I remind you, the master doesn't give you much time. Don't challenge his patience. I have controlled many people, including researchers at the Cosmic Cube research base." Loki took a deep breath and regained his former arrogance, looking confident of victory. Tony Stark's research progresses very fast, and it won't take long to make a breakthrough. He is a self-centered person, and his weaknesses are obvious. At that time, I will control him to adjust the parameters and open the portal to here. The rest is your business. It's not that simple. Supergiant reminded. I have learned about that person. His vibranium reactor uses the isotope of the Cosmic Cube, which belongs to the highest level of energy in the universe, and can completely offset the power of the Mind Scepter. In other words, you can't control him with the Mind Scepter at all. Without the Mind Scepter, I can also control an ordinary Earthling, and I have prepared a big gift for him. Loki showed a wicked smile. The immortal Iron Fist is not easy to deal with, but a mere mortal is not that difficult. His arrogance has provoked many enemies for him. I only need to provide a little help, and his enemies will become very powerful, and then destroy him. Sensuan, Azeroth Laboratory. Is this your home? Looking at everything around, Scarlet Witch's face showed a deep surprise and slightly concealed envy. It's so big. These words coming out of a girl's mouth are ambiguous, and yours is obviously bigger. Lao Wang nodded and smiled. I guess so. This is my laboratory. Because there are many people and the place is remote, I built a dormitory area. You can live here temporarily. There are still many things to do next. Because they have been friends for a long time, Scarlet Witch obeys Lao Wang from the bottom of her heart, thinking that everything Lao Wang says is right, and everything Lao Wang asks her to do is good for her. She happily looked at the more than 10-story dormitory building not far away. Is that it? Or la suites? At least 2 bedrooms, and 1 living room. Most are 3 bedrooms, and 1 living room, and there are even bigger ones. So big. All the furniture is complete, made in China. Upon hearing his sister's words, Quicksilver screamed, I have never lived in such a big house. Before he finished speaking, he had disappeared. Wang, don't worry, he is just like this. Although he is my brother, and was born 12 minutes earlier than me, I have always taken care of him. Scarlet Witch hurriedly explained, we have a hard life. I know. Old Wang interrupted with a smile, and touched Wanda's face. I promise that I will not let you suffer anymore in the future. Unconsciously, he was also affected by the long-term spiritual connection. Chaos magic destroyed his mental power, and merged into the spiritual world of Scarlet Witch. A connection was established between the two. This inexplicable sense of intimacy and familiarity was not only irresistible to Scarlet Witch, but also to him. Unless he took that part of his mental power out of the spiritual world of Scarlet Witch. But the other party has chaos magic, and there is no way to take it out with one's own strength. The only thing that can be done in this universe is to collect 6 infinity stones and make a wish. There is no need for that. We have to keep them for scientific development and human progress. Whoosh. In less than a minute, Quicksilver returned to the original place, holding a bottle of red wine in his hand, and the cork had been opened, pouring it into the wine glass. Petro. Upon seeing this scene, Scarlet Witch immediately said angrily, no drinking. Quicksilver disappeared in an instant. When he appeared again, there was nothing in his hand. This family status. TSK. The old king pointed in another direction. You don't live in the dormitory building, but over there. Scarlet Witch hurriedly looked over. It was actually a row of villas. There are almost hundreds of villas in such a large place. Most of them are townhouses, and a few are single-family villas. The architectural style is quite good. The overall style is very beautiful, and the styles are different. There are European style, American style, Chinese garden style, and even Indian style. These were designed by world-renowned architects, and built by a Chinese construction company. The best materials were used, and they are powered by a controlled nuclear fusion reactor. Someone cleans on time every day to provide the best living environment for the residents. Lao Wang smiled and said, the dormitory building is for ordinary employees, the townhouses are for middle-level employees, and the single-family villas are for special talents, well-known scientists, and senior executives. As long as you work in the laboratory for 10 years, the house is yours, except for you of course. Except for us? Yes. Lao Wang said, you can get 2 villas now. Of course, if you want to live together, one is also fine. Chapter 372 They need a divine artifact. Part 3. The brother and sister looked at each other, full of happiness. Such a large single-family villa, it must be worth millions. It belongs to us? What do we need to pay? Quicksilver suddenly asked. In fact, it is reasonable to ask this question by Scarlet Witch. After all, she is the stronger one. But the problem is that the current Scarlet Witch is impossible to question Lao Wang. Quicksilver can see the relationship between the two at a glance. Although he doesn't know why, the relationship between the two has heated up rapidly, and they are about to forget him as their brother. It's really miserable. There is no way. Only he can ask. Nothing is needed. Lao Wang shook his head and said, of course, if you are willing, I will let the team of scientists help you check your body, and then improve your abilities as much as possible under the premise of ensuring safety. Wanda is not bad. Petro, you are too weak. Me, too weak. Petro wanted to refute, but soon found that he could not find any reason at all. I can't even compare with others in my most proud speed, let alone other aspects. I seem to be really weak. Of course I'm willing. Scarlet Witch nodded immediately. She knew that Lao Wang would not harm her. The two of them were spiritually intertwined. You were in me, and I was in you, and they knew each other's secrets, even what color underwear they liked. This bond made it impossible for them to lie to each other. Although this was not what she and Lao Wang wanted at the beginning, it was purely an accident, but for them, or at least for her, it was good. Since there was no way to resist, then enjoy it. Okay, if it really makes me faster. Most men don't want to go too fast. Quicksilver is an exception. I wanted to ask about the details, but my sister agreed so quickly, he had no choice and didn't resist. They took the initiative to participate in Hydra's human experiments as volunteers. Now Lao Wang's laboratory is obviously much larger and more formal than Hydra's laboratory, with more scientists, stronger scientific research capabilities, and greatly improved safety. Naturally, there is no reason to refuse. You have been conducting experiments for so long, you must be very tired. Lao Wang could clearly sense the fatigue of Scarlet Witch, not only physically, but also mentally. The environment of the Hydra base is not very good. The living environment is limited, and even the light is not good. It is very uncomfortable to live in such a place. In addition, the continuous experiments are very exhausting. The two of them need a good rest. Go and rest. Lao Wang said with a smile. I will come to see you tomorrow. Yes. Scarlet Witch nodded. The two siblings left happily. Lao Wang immediately heard Sky's voice in his ears, which was a little cold. Are you going to call for punishment? Lao Wang sighed and walked towards the virtual laboratory. The next morning, Lao Wang came to the villa area, found the Maximoff siblings, and then took them to the laboratory. This is Dr. Pime, this is Dr. Dine, this is Dr. Banner, this is Dr. Simmons. Lao Wang introduced the main team, and then looked at Quicksilver. Petro, your body has been transformed by the energy of the cosmic cube. But you absorbed too little energy from the cosmic cube, so your ability is limited. Next, they will study your body to see if they can continue to provide energy and enhance your ability. We studied the information we got from the Hydra base yesterday, and it should be feasible. Fitz said, the experimental steps are not complicated. The most important thing now is the cosmic cube. Without the cosmic cube, we can't do anything. This is the biggest problem. Ludan is definitely unwilling to lend the cosmic cube. And for Lao Wang, it's good for the cosmic cube to be placed in SHIELD, which is convenient for Loki to make small moves. Otherwise, how can he find the Chitauri and take the initiative to attack in such a vast universe? The enemy is definitely coming. Even if it doesn't go through the cosmic cube, it will directly attack the border after Odin and Ancient One die. If we can locate the Chitauri territory in advance and then take the initiative to attack, we can not only effectively weaken Thanos' power, but also gain a lot of benefits, which is good for the development of science and technology on Earth. It will be easier to deal with Thanos in the future. To be precise, it is the energy of the cosmic cube. Lao Wang smiled and said, I have this. Ask me for it after the container is prepared. What about me? Scarlet Witch looked at Lao Wang. My ability is also related to that cosmic cube. No, part of your ability is related to the Mind Scepter, and the other part should be innate and hidden in your genes. Lao Wang said, your telepathy ability is actually very strong, but it's a pity that you can't use it. Your chaos magic is even stronger, but you can't use it. Of course, I can't either, so I plan to find a teacher for you. Teacher? Yes, the most suitable teacher. Lao Wang snapped his fingers, and a portal appeared. Let's go, I'll take you to visit another place. Kamataj. As soon as he walked out of the portal, he saw a golden girl standing in front of him with a faint smile. It was Crystal. Brother Wang. Crystal rushed over and hugged Lao Wang's left arm and rubbed it. Her little face flushed and then looked at Scarlet Witch with a vigilant face. Who is she? It's been a long time since we last met, and there's actually a sister? As they spoke, the four elements of energy, earth, fire, water and wind, continued to emerge. surrounding the two of them, and excluding Scarlet Witch, and soon there would be a trend of forming an elemental storm. Her name is Wanda, your future master. Master. Lao Wang was a little stuck, not knowing how Kamatage was calculated, according to the time of entry, or according to age. If it was based on the time of entry, Crystal was obviously earlier. But if it was based on age, coincidentally, Scarlet Witch was the same age as Lao Wang, a few months older than Lao Wang, and almost 3 years older than Crystal, which could be seen from the degree of development alone. Scarlet Witch was obviously several times older than Crystal. Yes, senior sister. Ancient One walked over from a distance, and his wise eyes looked back and forth at Scarlet Witch. Then he looked at Lao Wang. Grandmaster Wang, I haven't congratulated you on comprehending the gap between heaven and man, completing the transformation from immortal to mortal, and becoming a land immortal. I'm just a land immortal, nothing in front of you, Supreme Sorcerer. Lao Wang smiled slightly. You look pretty good. I brought the people here. You have to hold on for a few more years. My future has long been determined, and it won't be delayed for a few years, no matter how much I delay. Fortunately, she is very smart, and doesn't need too much teaching. Ancient One looked at Scarlet Witch. She has the power of infinity gems and chaos magic. This power allows her to directly participate in the fate of this universe. I can't directly peek into her future, just like I can't directly peek into your future. So even I don't know whether it's right or wrong to teach her. Of course it's right. Whatever you do is right. Lao Wang quickly flattered. In addition to Kamatage, you also have 3 major temples, right? In the future, your descendants can be the guardians of the New York Temple, and then let Wanda and Crystal be the guardians of the London Temple and the Hong Kong Temple. How great. With the 3 of them, I think there is nothing to be afraid of even if Dormammu's true body comes. What about Kamatage? Ancient One smiled. Kamatage is actually not that important. It is not part of the Earth's defense network. Those people in the multiverse will not take the initiative to attack Kamatage. Master Mordo and the librarian named Wang are enough. Even if something really happens, the 3 major temples can provide support at the first time, right? Old Wang laughed. If it doesn't work, I can help guard the New York Temple and let your descendants stay in Kamatage. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, no one can destroy the New York Temple. It's a very good idea. Ancient One was calm. It can be considered. By the way, Old Wang suddenly remembered something, and slapped his forehead. Supreme Sorcerer, can't the mages of your Kamatage choose artifacts? Which artifacts do you think are more suitable for Wanda and Crystal? Chapter 373 Disintegration Staff, Frostfire Set, Part 1. Neither is suitable. The Ancient One replied calmly. Crystal's ability to manipulate element far exceeds that of all the wizards in the history of Kamatage. She needs an artifact that can help her manipulate the element, and Kamatage does not have such an artifact. As for Wanda, the Ancient One paused for a moment, then said, her power has 2 aspects, chaos magic and telepathy. No artifact can withstand the power of chaos magic. If it can't withstand it, it can't be guided, so it's not needed, unless you can find the reality gem. In terms of telepathy, Kamatage doesn't have a corresponding artifact. This is difficult. Lao Wang frowned and thought. I thought I could cheat. I could get an artifact for Wanda and Crystal, but I didn't expect that they didn't have a suitable one at all. Where is the dark book? Lao Wang thought for a moment and asked. The dark book records the magic knowledge of the Hades god Sethaun, which must include chaos magic, right? It should be suitable for Wanda, right? Sethaun is in existence at the same level as the Trinity god of Vishanti. No one in the single universe can bear all his power. Wanda's chaos magic is only a part of his huge power. Ancient One said, the dark book is the epitome of dark magic. Chaos magic is neither white magic nor black magic. It is the most essential magic like time and space. Only a very small part of the dark book is related to chaos magic, which is not suitable for Wanda. And it is just a book after all, not a divine weapon. So, Lao Wang sighed. It seems that he can only bleed a lot. In terms of chaos magic, there is really no way. Fortunately, according to the time, the reality gem is about to be born, and then he can take it to Wanda. In terms of telepathy, there is a staff that is more suitable for her. Wanda, this is for you. Lao Wang stretched out his hand, and a strange staff appeared. This is a metal staff. The staff is very short, about 50 centimeters long, and is engraved with dense runes. On both sides are large irregular red crystals, which can beat the Star of Africa if sold. They are crystal clear, thick and long, longer than the staff. Even in World of Warcraft, such top quality red crystals are rare, and they are carved into special shapes, with countless tiny runes emerging in them. Seeing this staff, Guyi's eyes also lit up. What a delicate craftsmanship. Her spiritual power is extremely strong, and she can easily sense the spell runes inside. A staff of about 1.5 meters is actually etched with millions of runes, and the whole staff has no conflict. How did they do it? It's called the disintegration staff. In addition to the abilities that a staff should have, it can also significantly enhance the user's mental power. There are many constant magics inside, and the most powerful one is called the psychic protection field. Lao Wang introduced. The psychological protection field it releases can make the person in it immune to effects such as coma, silence and confusion, and not be disturbed by the mind, or controlled by the mind. This staff comes from World of Warcraft, and belongs to the Blood Elf Prince Keel'thas Sunstrider. It is one of his famous 7 weapons. The Blood Elves are a branch of the High Elves. The Sunstrider dynasty itself has many legendary weapons. The 2 most famous ones are Solidal Star's Fury bathed in the energy of the Sun Well, and the other is the Sword of the Sun King of all generations, the mage artifact Flame Strike. Legendary weapons are rare, and even the Blood Elves don't have too many. Keel'thas's 7 weapons are all legends, but they have nothing to do with the Blood Elves. They were seized after he occupied the Naru spaceship Storm Fortress, and belonged to Naru craftsmanship. In the entire World of Warcraft, the Titan civilization is obviously in the first tier, and Azeroth is nothing. Goblin technology and Gnome technology rank behind. The only one after the Titans is probably the Naru. The Naru spacecraft has the ability to fly faster than the speed of light. A small piece of the Exoder can be used as a legendary weapon. However, in fact, the Exoder is just a subship of the Storm Fortress, which is nothing. The Naru technology is far above the Earth in the 21st century. The legendary weapons they make are essentially a perfect combination of magic and technology. The magic runes use mental etching technology. The position and arrangement of each rune have been calculated countless times, and are just right. In terms of technology alone, the disintegration staff is even higher than the Wind Sword, Egg Sword, and Fist of the Heavens, and has more technical content. Of course, considering other factors, such as materials, energy levels, elemental properties, and special powers, the disintegration staff can only be regarded as the most common legendary weapon. According to the standards of the Marvel Universe, it is a low-level artifact of the same level as Sif's sword and shield, and is worth less than 100 grams of Azeroth's blood. Its increase in the magic power of the user is far less than that of the 3 magic weapons of the wizard, but in terms of mental protection, it is far superior to other staffs. It is very special and unique. So beautiful the young girl's focus is obviously different from that of the senior female wizard and the slightly fat Grandmaster. The moment Wanda and Crystal saw the staff, their eyes lit up at the same time, and they wanted to take it in their hands and play with it. It's yours. Lao Wang smiled slightly, and the disintegration staff floated in front of the Scarlet Witch. Really? Wanda quickly stretched out her tender white hand and grasped the middle of the disintegration staff. A powerful mana fluctuation appeared. 1 person and 1 staff resonated at the magic level, and the dazzling red light illuminated the entire hall. This resonance amplified Wanda's mental fluctuations, forming a mental storm that surpassed the master of secret magic, and it was about to sweep Kamataj. At this moment, the Ancient One drew a finger, and all the red light was restrained, and the mental storm disappeared into thin air. Sorry. Wanda lowered her head. It's okay. You still need to practice hard to master it. Guyi looked at Lao Wang. If you don't mind, I will keep the disintegration staff and help Wanda slowly master it. I don't think it will take too long. You just want to play it yourself first, right? Lao Wang nodded. Of course. You are Wanda's teacher, so it should be so. Brother Wang. Crystal was a little unhappy. Obviously I came here first. Why did Brother Wang give her the artifact and not me? Crystal, there is an artifact that is very suitable for you, but I'm sorry, I can't get it for the time being. The Fist of Radon appeared in his mind. Lao Wang knew that he couldn't afford it, so he could only settle for the next best thing, and exchanged for a set of epic suits and a staff. The red and white cloth armor suit was shining and colorful. With a wave of Lao Wang's hand, it was automatically put on Crystal, perfectly setting off her figure. The epic staff with a rotating steel ring on the head also flew into her hands, setting off her whole temperament with elegance and nobility. No matter from which angle, it looked more like a mage than the mage of Kamataj, and more like a master who could control the element. So beautiful. Crystal turned around, and her focus was still different from that of Ancient One. Exquisite fabrics, exquisite craftsmanship, and very good enchantments. Grandmaster Wang, you really give me different surprises every time. Ancient One praised. The suit is called Frostfire, and the staff is called Element. Old Wang briefly introduced. In addition to helping the user better manipulate mana and release more powerful spells, the Frostfire suit is very helpful for the user to control the element of fire and water, while the elemental staff is helpful for controlling the four element of earth, fire, water and wind. Brother Wang, thank you. Crystal's eyes flickered, and she was extremely happy. Wanda was obviously a little unhappy. She only had a staff, and this little girl not only had a staff but also clothes. This treatment was obviously different. Your staff is 3 times more expensive than her staff and suit combined. Old Wang had no choice but to send a telepathic message, and then he saw Ancient One smiling, cursing in his heart. If you noticed my telepathic message, you noticed it. If you guessed it, you guessed it. What's the point of laughing? Really? Wanda laughed immediately and glanced at Crystal with a demonstrative and contemptuous look, which made the sensitive Crystal feel inexplicable. Brother Wang gave me more things than you. Why are you showing off? Fortunately Sky didn't come with me, otherwise it would be a surer field. Old Wang sighed in his heart, feeling fortunate for his wise decision. Supreme Sorcerer, I'll leave them to you. Old Wang just wanted to escape from this place of trouble as soon as possible. I have something else to do. Bye. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared. His necklace has become stronger again and has the same ability as the Cosmic Cube. Ancient One thought. Chapter 374. Some things are bound to happen. Part 2. As soon as he returned to the laboratory, Lao Wang saw the future Spider-Man Peter. Boss, I want to apply for a job transfer. Peter looked at Lao Wang eagerly, his eyes were so eager. Why? Lao Wang was puzzled. Spider-Man, who has not graduated from junior high school yet, has a pretty good IQ. He has always been the first in his age group, and has never been second. He is also a genius. Although he is not as good as Dr. Banner, who has 7 doctoral degrees, and Simmons, who got 2 doctoral degrees at the age of 17, he is not worse than first-class scientists at the same age. Recently, he also received a scholarship specially set up by Tony Stark, an award specially set up to support campus projects. Any project can get it, as long as it passes the approval, whether it is college students, high school students, or junior high school students. After knowing the news, Lao Wang immediately asked Peter and Gabe to form a team, and got a lot of scholarships, which really disgusted Tony. From the moment he saw Spider-Man, Lao Wang gave him the opportunity to be an assistant in the laboratory. This little guy is good looking and talkative. He smiles at everyone he sees. He is so cute that even Dr. Pime, who always has a stern face, likes him very much. He goes to this laboratory today and that laboratory tomorrow. He has become the darling of the laboratory. He is also very smart. Although he is still a junior high school student, he has obtained more than a dozen national patents. The scientific research knowledge in his head can at least beat Lao Wang by 10 streets. In some aspects, even many graduate students may not be as good as him. No matter how smart a student is, he needs the guidance of famous teachers and enough opportunities. With the guidance of thousands of scientists in Azeroth, and participating in the world's top research projects, Spider-Man's starting point is much higher than before. If he continues like this, it is not impossible for him to get 2 doctoral degrees at the age of 17. Even if he can't become Spider-Man, he can become a world-class scientist. Isn't this good? Why do you want to change jobs? Do you have a job? You are a group darling. Pose for me. Yes, I want to change jobs. Spider-Man looked at Lao Wang eagerly, saying non-stop, "Boss, I have learned a lot in the past 2 years. Quantum mechanics, genetics, high energy physics, nuclear physics, high-tech materials, space physics, cell biology. Basically, I have learned something about all disciplines in the field of science, and I finally found my hobby." Hobby? Lao Wang was confused. Isn't your hobby talking nonsense? Spider-Man, boss, my hobby is life science, including cell biology, genetics, entomology, genetics, and immunology. Peter has a wide range of hobbies. Lao Wang was even more confused. Then why don't you follow Dr. Banner, Dr. Ross, and Dr. Simmons? They are all authoritative experts in the field of life sciences. Aren't they enough to teach you? Aren't you a little too ambitious? Enough, but it's too difficult. Spider-Man looked frustrated. They are studying the world's most cutting-edge topics such as super soldier serum, mutant gene defects and complementation methods, and telomere extension methods all day long. They have also formed a new research group with Dr. Pine called quantum biology. That thing is too difficult. So I can't keep up. I'm still an ordinary junior high school student. I'm not a scientist, boss. Spider-Man wanted to cry. So I want to find a topic that's not too cutting edge, and find a life science expert who's not that great to guide me, so that I can keep improving. My knowledge in this area is not even up to the master's level, so I can't start working on something that even top scientists can't handle. Boss, think about it. Can you learn to run before you learn to crawl? That's pretty rational. Lao Wang remembered that when he was this age, he was still learning Newton's 3 laws of motion, and then he was confused by chemical bonds and the 6 major organs all day long. Spider-Man is already at the master's level, and it's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. You came to see me. It seems like you already have an idea? He asked. Yes, Gabe and I have discussed it. Little Spider was very excited. Brother Matt, the Daredevil, just destroyed an arthropod research institute controlled by Loki. He mainly studies the living habits and genes of various arthropods and fuses genes of different species. He has currently cultivated super ants, super mosquitoes, super mantises, super spiders and so on, but there are still many defects. I think it is very suitable for me. What? Lao Wang was stunned. Everyone has their own destiny. Lao Wang doesn't know if there is really destiny in this world, but he doesn't believe it. Because he can't believe it. He never shouts about going against the will of heaven to change fate, because in his opinion, heaven and fate do not exist, and there is no point in going against them. People's subjective initiative determines everything. But when he was still in World of Warcraft, the bronze dragon Chromie once told him, timeline has inertia. Some important time nodes will always appear, and some things will always happen. Not only are there many accidents in the process, but the results are often similar. The past may not necessarily determine the future, but it can determine most of the possibilities of the future. When he came to this world, he determined another thing in his discussion with Ancient One. No matter how many parallel universes there are, and how different the same person in each parallel universe is, if you use big data statistics, you will find that the probability of some things happening is really high. For example, Spider-Man. In many parallel universes, Spider-Man has never appeared. In other parallel universes, Spider-Man is not Peter but other people, such as women, old people, and aliens. However, in most parallel universes, Spider-Man is still Peter. He may have been bitten on the arm by a super spider, or injected with some kind of medicine containing spider toxins, or may have been favored by an unknown spider god, or everything may be related to his parents who died early. In short, the process is different, but the result is the same. Lao Wang never thought about changing Peter's fate, nor did he think that he must become Spider-Man. Compared with Spider-Man, he wanted a Peter Parker who could make his own decisions and grow up happily. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, but saving the world should not be a child's responsibility, but should be handed over to experts in this field, such as himself who is experienced. So he never tried to influence Peter, and everything followed his own wishes. And now, He actually proposed to study arthropods, including spiders. Is this the inertia of history, the convergence of the timeline, and the so-called destiny? Lao Wang sighed. The cruelest way to deal with an enemy is to treat him coldly and completely ignore the existence of that person. The same is true for destiny. Ignoring it and not believing in its existence is Lao Wang's usual practice. It is the same now. Then go. Lao Wang smiled slightly. Have fun. Seeing little Peter leave happily, Lao Wang continued to practice. At the Grandmaster level, ki refining and spirit transformation are parallel. There are nearly 400 grams of Azeroth blood on hand, and even Illidan's eternal water bottle can be exchanged for 4. Any one of them can turn Xiao Lao from an egg into an adult dragon, and due to the size of the body, Lao Wang needs even less. However, Xiao Lao does not need to refine his body, so there is no extra consumption, but Lao Wang needs it. More importantly, he must continue to cultivate his soul, strengthen his soul, and further stabilize his soul at the peak of the immortal, in preparation for going one step further. This requires more true ki, more essence of the eternal well water. 4 bottles are obviously not enough. More is needed, and more hard work is needed. Time passed day by day. Refining ki into spirit is a long process. Fortunately, Lao Wang had already completed the transformation into spirit step in terms of the Grandmaster realm. The most difficult part has been done. If he only needs to refine ki, it will be much easier. In his previous life, it took him 3 full years to complete this process. This life will definitely be faster. 2 years or even 1 year should be enough. On this day, he finally came out of retreat, but heard a sudden news. Chapter 375, Desperate Virus, Part 3. So, there are many people with special abilities all over the United States. Their physique is similar to that of Captain America. Their bodies can generate high temperatures, up to several thousand degrees, which can melt steel. After hearing the report from Daredevil Matt, Lao Wang thought, have you fought? How strong are they? It's very difficult to deal with them. Matt said, most of those people were ordinary people. Although they have obtained this ability, they are not good at fighting. Even in hand-to-hand combat, I can deal with dozens of them at the same time. The problem is that they are difficult to kill. They have strong self-healing and regeneration abilities, and their state is unstable, and they are prone to self-destruction. Black Sky Erica, who has not been seen for a long time, added, the power of their self-destruction is very strong, which is more terrible than high explosive grenades and individual rockets. During the first fight, I was seriously injured by a guy's close self-destruction. Injured? Lao Wang knocked on the table and frowned. Just a glance at him showed that Erica was indeed injured. Now her health is only 99%. It seems that she has a lot of traffic. Erica's physique is not as good as Daredevil's, and her cultivation is not as good as the stick old man. She is strong in combat awareness and combat state, but weak in defense. But no matter how weak she is also a serious kung fu master. She drank so much of the essence of the eternal well. Her cultivation is ranked among the top in the Elders Council of Kunlun. Moreover, she has a keen sense. Once she realizes that the opponent is about to self-destruct, she will definitely be able to protect her body with ki in the first place. The Kung Fu Master's ki protection is no problem even in the face of machine gun fire, but he was seriously injured? It seems to be more terrible than I remember. Lao Wang muttered to himself. What? Daredevil, who had amazing hearing, asked hurriedly, boss, do you know who they are? Have you seen them before? People from Vanguard Technology, injected with the Extremis virus, a special drug, based on chemical programming. Lao Wang explained casually and continued, are there any other discoveries? If it's just that the self-explosion is more powerful, there's no need to report this to me. You have 100 ways to deal with it. They are just people with special abilities, and their level is relatively low. At most, they are at the level of the Frost Giant, and there is a high probability that they can't reach that level. If they are really well prepared, Black Widow can kill more than a dozen of them. Of course, the previous Black Widow. The current Black Widow has been injected with the Super Soldier Serum Maxner. Not only is she faster and more reactive, but she is also really poisonous. If you get it, you will die. I don't know if Dr. Banner and Hawkeye are afraid of them. Although they have not received professional training, they cooperate well, are organized and disciplined, and do things with a purpose. Daredevil said. In addition, there are a lot of them. How much is a lot? Lao Wang asked. I don't know. Daredevil replied. We found their traces in Dunhuang a week ago. The first time we fought them, there was only one. We found a few more on the second day, and more than a dozen on the third day. The number increased every day. The last time we fought this morning, there seemed to be hundreds of them. Erica continued. We killed more than a dozen, and the rest ran away as soon as possible. We couldn't catch up. They have cars and helicopters. Is that so? Lao Wang seemed to be thinking about it. The upper limit of the extremis virus is very high. Not only does it strengthen the body as much as a super soldier serum, but the body can also generate high temperatures that melt steel. Even Iron Man's suit can't withstand it. When he goes crazy, it can be torn into tatters. This is the extremis virus in his memory. However, according to Daredevil and Erica, the extremis virus is obviously much stronger than in his memory. Could it be that the flapping of the wings of this fat butterfly has an effect on the extremis virus? We got some wreckage and gave it to Dr. Simmons for analysis. Daredevil looked at Simmons next to him, and Simmons said quickly, this is a test result. Preliminary judgment shows that the drug that caused the changes in those people's bodies contains the ingredients of super soldier serum. In other words, it is not just chemical programming, not only related to the brain, but also combined with some formulas of super soldier serum, which belongs to the super evolution of human genes. Lao Wang understood. Obviously, Pioneer Technology obtained the super soldier serum by some unknown method, and conducted research and analysis, sorted out some formulas, and used them on the extremis virus. No wonder the performance is stronger than before. Such an extremis virus can even be comparable to the super soldier serum with special ingredients added, and its value is extremely high. But as Matt said, it is unstable. Simmons said, it seems that there are many problems with the formulas, and the extremis virus is not perfect yet. Can you perfect it? Lao Wang asked. Simmons was stunned for a moment, and then quickly said, if you give me the formula for the extremis virus, I can perfect it. If there is no formula, it is possible to perfect it by simply analyzing and studying the wreckage, but it will take longer. Can it be combined with the super soldier serum? Lao Wang asked again. Yes, but it will take time. Simmons answered decisively. That's it. Lao Wang pinched his chin. Dunhuang, contact Wukong, Adam, and Eve immediately. Mobilize global resources, and find those guys for me. Already doing it. Dunhuang replied. Already? Daredevil quickly said, when you were in seclusion, we reported to Sky. It was her order. No wonder, she is a good housekeeper. Lao Wang said, is it finished? Already finished. As soon as Dunhuang finished speaking, a three-dimensional image of the entire Earth appeared. There were dense spots of light on it, mainly concentrated in the United States, and some in Europe and China, but most of them were in relatively poor and backward places. For example, Africa, such as South America. How many people are there in total? Lao Wang asked again. A total of 3,796 people have been confirmed to have been injected with the extremis virus. Due to geographical factors, poor network, energy interference and other reasons, there are still many places that cannot be detected, and the exact number cannot be determined. Dunhuang answered. More than 3,000 people. Lao Wang pulled a smile at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. No matter how awesome Avant-Garde is, it is just a civilian organization with unclear ties to Hydra. It wants to conduct human experiments under the global surveillance of the Bureau of Sage and Shield. If the number of people is not large, it will be fine. Now there are more than 3,000 people. Or at least, the actual number is likely to be several times. Even if it is mainly in backward Africa and South America, it is too exaggerated. There must be external help. As for what the external forces, could it be Princess Loki again? The more Lao Wang thought about it, the more likely it was. A few months ago, that guy controlled a lot of scientists and laboratories. It is normal to do it again now. Maybe he is targeting Avant-Garde. That guy himself doesn't have much ability, but he has the mind scepter in his hand, which can project his mind from a distance. It's not easy for him to cause trouble. He is indeed the big boss in the early stage of the Marvel universe. Many things are related to him. It's strange that he is easy to deal with. If it's him, this matter must not be so simple. Loki's IQ is not low, far higher than his idiot brother. He is best at causing trouble and faking death to escape. His combat ability is average, but his ability to survive is first class. Even if Thanos dies, he may not really die. He may pop up again one day. Dun Huang, analyze the possibility of this matter and see what those guys are doing. Lao Wang ordered. At the beginning, he took away Zora's body and obtained all the information of Zora's algorithm or inside project. Lao Wang is not interested in pointing a gun at everyone in the world, but Zora's algorithm is still very useful. After Sky's reprogramming, coupled with the calculation of the 4 major quantum computers, it can perfectly analyze thousands and tens of thousands of possibilities of a person and calculate the most likely final movement of this person. Calculation has begun, and it is expected to take 3 minutes. Dun Huang said. Quantum computing power is too terrifying, and the target is not 7 billion people in the world, but more than 3,000 people. The difficulty is reduced by an unknown number of orders of magnitude, so it will naturally take less time. 3 minutes later, Dun Huang's voice sounded again. After Dun Huang's unremitting efforts and systematic and complex calculations, the following conclusions were drawn. Pioneer technology has been controlled by an unknown person or force. All actions seem chaotic, but in fact, everything is connected. According to the intelligence you provided in the analysis of your behavior style, there is an 88.7% chance that Loki is the mastermind behind this. After comprehensively analyzing the behavior of everyone, it is preliminarily determined that the targets of avant-garde technology are as follows. First, government agencies in more than 30 countries including Africa, South America, and North America, with the goal of causing chaos and attracting attention. Second, major military bases in the United States, mainly military bases with long-range strike capabilities, with the goal of controlling weapon systems, mainly missile systems, for long-range precision strikes. Third, the Stark Tower in New York, which mainly adopts missile attacks and real-life invasions, with the goal of occupying the Stark Tower and attracting the attention of Iron Man, so that he has no time to pay attention to the real goal of avant-garde technology. Fourth, the SHIELD Cosmic Cube Research Base, which mainly adopts missile attacks and real-life invasions, with the goal of opening the Cosmic Cube and allowing Loki and the Superstar to come to Earth in their true form. It is not ruled out that more manpower will be brought to the Earth. Because of insufficient information, it is impossible to judge. The first goal is to attract attention. The second goal serves the third and fourth goals. The third goal is to prevent Iron Man from taking care of the fourth goal, and to provide energy supply for the fourth goal's next plan. The fourth goal is the core. A series of words made Lao Wang stunned. Dun Huang, your ability is so strong now. During your retreat, Dun Huang upgraded again. It is no longer the Dun Huang of 2011, but the Dun Huang of 2012. Very impressive. Lao Wang nodded and smiled. Then tell me, when will pioneer technology start to act? Now. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.